era of football. Est video is purement para intratnamiento y no infringe derechos de autor. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 751. Unexpected. Good shot. Really wonderful. Chen Fengxiao is indeed a top shooter. Impeccable shot. He got the feeling so quickly. Yona in the stands couldn't help but applaud after seeing this goal, and at the same time felt a little emotional. A top shooter often feels this way when seeing a better shooter, right? In addition to admiration, it is inevitable to feel a little disappointed. Try to shoot an impeccable shot when shooting. This is simple to say, but it is actually quite difficult to do. After all, in high-level confrontations, the space for shooting is often very small, and the opportunity is just between the lightning and the flint. In that case, in addition to strong nerves, you also need to have excellent skills in controlling the shooting angle to shoot an impeccable shot. After all, shooting nowadays is not just about angles. If the power is not strong, you can't break the goalkeeper's door, and the greater the power, the more difficult it is to master the angle. After all, this is also a competition with yourself. Liu Xiaoxin's previous shots did not achieve this, but now, he has begun to do this. Such a level is really amazing. After the Overlord team equalized the score, Milan's fighting spirit dropped a little. After all, their best defensor is defensor. After taking the lead at the beginning, they are fully capable of relying on their defensor to turn such an advantage into the final victory. However, after more than 20 minutes, they have not found a chance to counterattack and expand the score, and the opponent has equalized the score. This point surprised them even more. Although they don't have much experience in the World Cup, the level of the game in Italy is also very high. They can often rely on their defensor to block the opponent's attack, which should be effective in the World Cup. However, in the fierce attack of the Overlord team, it did not have much effect, which really surprised them. Is this the level of the club from China? They are indeed inexperienced, but they have excellent defensive ability and are qualified to tear open our defensor. When such thoughts began to grow, Milan's players would certainly not feel frustrated and lose their fighting spirit because of such a situation, but their self-confidence was affected to a certain extent. We have to be patient in the game. Such a goal loss should be accidental. The attack of the Overlord team is unlikely to be so strong. There is still a long time in that game. We must not lose confidence in ourselves, understand? Maldini said in the team channel. As the captain of Milan, he knew that he should take on such a responsibility. Although Milan's two best players are two new forwards, they are still young after all. In such a situation, they may not be able to stabilize their emotions. At this time, the value of veterans like him is very important. After listening to Maldini's words, Milan's players nodded one after another. There is nothing wrong with this. Although the opponent tied the score, it was only a draw. At this time, they started to panic. That would be the way to give away the victory. They are good at defense and entanglement, so they should play their defensive areas, which is the same. And such tactics require enough calmness and patience. After confirming this, the Milan players began to prepare for the kickoff. They wanted to be patient and play the game well. We can't let them slow down the pace, understand? What we want is to speed up the pace and make them uncomfortable. No matter how strong the defensor is or what, they can only play better at the rhythm they are used to, and the same is true for us. So playing fast is good for us, playing slow is good for them, and we must try our best to stop what is good for them, understand? Zheng Qi's words in the team channel received a warm response from the Overlord players. The matter is now obvious here. The Overlord team was ahead when they played slowly before, and now they are tied when they play fast. Although there may be some accidental factors in it, there will be inevitability between accidents. So after the game kicked off, the Overlord team immediately launched a crazy press again. They accelerated their running, forcing the Milan team to increase the passing as soon as possible and speed up the game rhythm to avoid being successfully intercepted by the Overlord team. They are pressing very far forward, hit them from behind. Maldini shouted in the team channel in frustration. Just now the pressing started in the midfield, but now most of the players are pressing us after half court. Are they really bullying us because our counter-attack is so weak? Then give them a good show, let them know what a counter-attack is. At this time, he had thrown the tactics he had mentioned before behind his head. There was no way, the plan could not keep up with the changes, and seeing the Overlord team pressing so arrogantly in the front court, the Milan players were also very angry. They were at least players of the top teams. Indeed, in the last game, the Overlord team used such suppression to constantly tear open the opponent's defense line, and even if Basel counterattacked and scored, it did not waver. But this time is different, and our strength is much better than Basel. The threat of our counterattack is much stronger than Basel, and the intensity of our defense is also much stronger than Basel. In this case, do you think such tactics can beat us like Basel? Then we will prove to you that the tactics that are useful to Basel will not work. Thinking this way, the Milan players began to explode. Under the crazy pressing of the Overlord team in their front court, they still found an opportunity. Facchetti knocked the ball beautifully to Plo. Plo did not even look up to see the position of his teammates in the front court, but quickly kicked the ball and passed it to the front court in the first time. This long pass showed a very high level. The ball whistled to the front court, accurately flew over the head of Zheng Qi, who took off in the middle, and then flew to the front court. At the same time, Mitsa had quickly accelerated to shake off Zheng Zhuang's defense and rushed to the landing point. Zheng Zhuang and Wanshu began to desperately return to defense, but the landing point was still slightly off. After Mitsa got the ball, he had to at least adjust the direction. That was the time for them to go up to defend. Sure enough, after raising his foot to stop the ball near the side, Mitsa's speed was forced to stop. He had to stop, at least he had to adjust it. This gave Wanshu, who was following closely behind him, an opportunity. It was too late to defend closely, but Wanshu immediately made a flying tackle and threw himself over, not wanting to knock down Mitsa, but wanting to block his route into the penalty area. This judgment was of course correct. After Wanshu made a flying tackle, Mitsa was forced to turn around to protect the ball. At this time, Zheng Zhuang also arrived and immediately entangled with him. In the case of close confrontation between the two sides, Zheng Zhuang was about to stand up, and Mitsa should have no chance. However, at this time, Zheng Qi, who was returning to defense, shouted, "Be careful." Zheng Zhuang then noticed that Bakir also followed up at this moment, but it was too late to notice. Mitsa passed the ball horizontally, and Bakir took the opportunity to pass the ball forward and broke into the penalty area. The next thing was simple. Facing the attacking Zheng, Bakir calmly pushed the ball into the far corner and scored the ball into the goal of the Overlord team. Milan took the lead again. Well, the ability of their two forwards is really good. No wonder the counter-attack is so threatening. Zheng Qi said. Then should we pay attention to them? Wanshu wiped his sweat and asked. No, we should focus on offense. This is the right way, understand? Zheng Qi said. Are you not worried about their quick counter-attack? Lu Xiaoshan asked. What's the use of worrying? Will we not score if we worry about them? The biggest problem is that we can't score. Have you forgotten what we thought about the Dongguo team at the time? We're used to losing and scoring a lot of goals, but the opponents are not. So in this case, even if we lose a lot of goals, we must persist. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said. The players of the Overlord team nodded at the same time. In this case, there is nothing to say. Just use offense to tear open the opponent's defense line. In this case, let alone falling behind by 1 goal, even if we fall behind by 2 or 3 goals, we must continue to strengthen the offense to get a chance to win. What happened in the game against the Dongguo team? Didn't they fall behind by 3 goals at the highest point? But the final winner is still them. After the test of blood and fire in the China knockout round, the state and fighting spirit of the Overlord team have reached an extremely high level. At least they will not be shaken by a little thing, and will not have any feeling of distrust in themselves because of some lag. If Milan is a seeded team, they may still be a little shaken, but isn't Milan a second-tier team? If they have problems when facing such a team, then what is the point of winning the World Cup? The players of the Overlord team have such thoughts in their minds at this moment. They have been thinking about such thoughts all the time, which has created a kind of brainwashing and hypnosis method, allowing them to play better and more thoroughly on the field, and at the same time they will never waver. Under the leadership of Zheng Qi, the Overlord team quickly launched another attack. Their attack was very fast, and naturally the efficiency was somewhat low. After Zheng Qi's long shot was blocked by the opponent, Milan quickly launched another counter-attack. This counter-attack was another successful quick counter-attack. Bakir passed the ball as soon as he received it, and Mitsa inserted it at high speed, went straight in, and faced Zheng who was attacking and quickly kicked the ball into the net. 3-1, Milan took a 2-goal lead. For a moment, the crazy shouts of the Italian fans in the stands covered the entire stadium. No one thought that after more than 20 minutes of the game, it was still only 1-1, but now just half an hour later, Milan is already leading by 3-1. Chapter 752. Critical moment. Damn, this is trouble. The Chinese players in the stands looked dazed as they watched the score of 3-1. They didn't expect that the Overlord team would be scored 2 goals in an instant. Even if the Overlord team's defense was not very good, the opponent was very good at counter-attacks, but this situation was still very bad. The Overlord team's luck is very bad. Now they are in trouble. Although they still have a chance overall, such a score will undoubtedly give their players a huge psychological blow. If they can't adjust in time, they will have no chance in this game. Wei was side in the stands. Yes, there is nothing wrong with their tactics. It's nothing more than taking the risk of the opponent's quick counter-attack, but at this time, the Overlord team's players are really too vulnerable to psychological blows, but fortunately, this is only a group stage. It's better to have bad luck here than in the knockout stage. Guojie sighed. As soon as Guojie said this, the expressions of the other players of the Kalaway team became strange. Last year, they made it to the World Cup, but were defeated in the semi-finals. In that game, the Kalaway team lost quite unfairly. It can be said that they lost because of luck. Guojie's words were also emotional, let alone the size of the Kalaway team. The Overlord team did not have a great change of emotions at this time as others guessed. It's just 2 goals. We are unlucky. The players of the Overlord team thought to themselves. They didn't think there was any problem with their performance. They just felt that in the next game, they had to perform better, at least to suppress the damage caused by luck. Keep attacking, their counter-attack is really good, but that's it. It seems that my concerns before were a little overestimated them. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. When he said this, he said it with a smile, and his tone was very relaxed, which made the players of the Overlord team more relaxed. Zheng Qi never felt uneasy, but when he was there, he never lost a game. This kind of confidence is not accumulated from 1 or 2 games, but the confidence that Zheng Qi brought to them in so many games. That's right, attack. Lu Xiaoshan pointed at himself with his thumb, but said something completely different in the team channel. I will try my best to attract their defensive attention. Your attackers should work harder and shoot at blind spots. Top goalkeepers can always react to the opponent's average shooting angle. B.A. Wang, Long Qi and others nodded repeatedly. It seems that they are going to attack desperately. We must keep an eye on their striker. He scored a goal even when we were defending like that before, which is a great shame for us. Maldini, who saw this scene from afar, immediately shouted in the team channel. This striker scored all the goals of the Overlord team. In the Chinese qualifiers, he also scored more than 2/3 of the goals, so we must keep an eye on him, understand? If he is being marked, it means that the offensive ability of the Overlord team will be reduced by 2/3, which will be the key factor in this game. The players of Milan also nodded one after another. This seemed to be beyond doubt. The offensive of the Overlord team was indeed concentrated on Lu Xiaoshan alone. Keeping an eye on him, even if it could not completely prevent the Overlord team from scoring, at least it could reduce the offensive ability of the Overlord team a lot. The game started again. Looking at their actions, it seems that they were not affected at all. Such performance can be regarded as precious. After watching the game for a while, Guojie said in a bit of astonishment. Well, although they lack experience, they have always been very strong in terms of psychological quality. Wei nodded. Maybe it's because they don't think too much. How can such a simple idea reach the peak? Zhongde was a little surprised. Of course, it is impossible to reach the peak relying on the Overlord team alone, but they still have Yuan Zhong and Chen Fengxiao, Guojie explained. With these 2 top players, the mentality of others is not shaken. The simpler the ideas, the better, as long as they hold on to these 2 thighs. On the contrary, if the ideas are complicated, it will also involve Yuan Zhong and Chen Fengxiao's energy. That's the reason. When Zhongde suddenly realized, the Overlord team had launched another attack. Zheng Qi passed the ball directly from the middle to the front of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan received the ball. 2 opposing players attacked at the same time, showing their determination to defend Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan did not fight them hard, but turned around and passed the ball. Yingbu, who was inserted on the side, received the ball and went straight into the penalty area, then passed the ball out. Long Qi followed up and kicked it. The ball hit Nesta, who was filling in the position, and flew out of the baseline. Just play like this, faster. Zheng Qi shouted loudly. Zheng Qi took a corner kick. Wan Shu grabbed the first landing point at the back point, but it went over the crossbar under the interference of Kostaki Berta. The players of the Overlord team did not retreat, but started to press in the front court. Milan wanted to quickly counter-attack and hit behind this time, but the effect was not as good as before. After all, the two goals just now actually had a lot of luck. In this regard, both the players of the Overlord team and the good players in the Chinese division who were watching knew it well. Blow's long pass was first blocked by Xiang Zhuang. Jibu, who was retreating, took the ball and immediately passed it to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi still got the ball despite Gattuso's entanglement. Without looking back, he turned around and sent a diagonal pass. Long Qi took the ball on the wing and passed it to Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan felt that the two opposing players behind him were pressing forward again. He did not break through by force, but passed the ball back again. It's a very calm approach. Huge Wu side in the stance. The Overlord team's attack was still very fast, but while they passed quickly, they did not rush forward. They would only attack and shoot when they had a good opportunity. Although they still failed to score a goal under the solid defense of the Milan team, they began to gradually grasp the situation on the field. However, the Milan team did not feel bad about it. They didn't care about the passivity on the field. In the case of dense defensa, they could better show their defensive ability. At the same time, the space was smaller, and the defensa was more handy. You guys can take the advantage on the field. Our Italian team doesn't care about the little advantage on the field. We only care about the final victory. Now there are only 7 or 8 minutes left before the end of the first half. As long as we hold on for the rest of the first half and enter the second half with a 2-goal advantage, the initiative in the second half will be completely in our hands. They also have extremely strong self-confidence in this regard. What's more, if they continue to defend, if the Overlord team is impatient, they may rely on counter-attacks to score another goal, and then they can really grasp the victory in their hands in the first half. If they can beat one of the 8-seeded teams, they will really have the ability and morale to impact the World Cup Championship. Thinking of this, the morale of the Milan players became even higher, and they ran more actively in defensa, and the connection between them began to become closer. The focus of defensa is of course still on Lu Xiaoshan, and they don't care much about other Overlord team offensive players. After all, when they retrieve to defend, there are enough defensive players in the back court, so they don't need to defend those people deliberately, just pay a little attention to them. When they really want to pose a threat, it's not too late to go over to defend. Only Lu Xiaoshan's scoring ability needs to be paid attention to from beginning to end. To be fair, this idea is not wrong. After all, Lu Xiaoshan is really important. However, when the Overlord team wants to use Lu Xiaoshan as a cover and focus on other people, their preparation seems to be a little unprepared. Zheng Qi got the ball again, and this time he got the ball closer to the penalty area, which attracted enough defensive attention. The Milan team also cares about Zheng Qi's defensa. After all, Zheng Qi showed such an excellent defensive level and ball control and breakthrough skills that even they dare not ignore it. Although the level Zheng Qi has shown this year is a midfielder who only breaks through and organizes passes but does not score, who knows if he really has no scoring ability. Even if Zheng Qi can't score, if he breaks into the penalty area and faces the goalkeeper, won't he dribble past the goalkeeper and score the ball into the empty goal? So when Zheng Qi approaches the penalty area with the ball, the Milan team can't help but get nervous. Plo and Gattuso came up at the same time. They are the biggest barriers at the front of the penalty area. This is the time for them to exert their strength. Ancelotti and Totti retreated a little, ready to respond at any time. The 4 midfielders are all in the middle, which is really like an iron bucket, but Zheng Qi is not afraid at all. After shaking the ball a few times, he raised his foot and passed the ball to Lu Xiaoshan, who came up to respond. The retreating Lu Xiaoshan pulled out part of the Milan team's defense line, and there was a gap in their penalty area. Long Qi began to quietly move forward. Even the Milan team's defenders didn't notice this, but Zheng Qi did. An extremely wonderful ground pass flew diagonally into the Milan team's penalty area. Long Qi received the ball and faced the goalkeeper alone. Before Zoff rushed out, Long Qi completed the shot. I need an impeccable shot. Thinking this, Long Qi sought a better angle when shooting. This made the ball fly past Zoff's outstretched hand, and then barely brushed the goal post and flew into the Milan team's goal. 2-3. Before the end of the first half, the Overlord team finally managed to get back a point. Chapter 753 Regret. Good. We are only 1 goal away. This goal is crucial. We will take the initiative in the second half. Let's keep on attacking them. Those goals lost in the first half were just bad luck. Zheng Qi waved his fist in the locker room. I've been worried about how good their counter-attack level is, but now it seems that it's just so-so. Even the Suchao team's offensive suppression and quick counter-attacks are better than theirs. But in defense, their individual abilities and overall coordination are indeed a little stronger than the Suchao team. They already have the strength of a seeded team, but what does that mean? We are also a well-deserved seeded team. In Zheng Qi shouts, the players of the Overlord team nodded repeatedly. They also figured out this point. The fighting spirit and combat capability shown by the Milan team in that first half were indeed first class. Although they are ranked only a second-tier team, it is not uncommon for the top second-tier teams to be infinitely close to the first-tier seeded teams in strength. This shows that Milan is a strong team that has accumulated a lot of experience and is very likely to become the dark horse of this World Cup. However, there is nothing to be afraid of. The three top teams in the Chinese region all of this level, but didn't the Overlord team still win? They already have strong strength. As long as the opponent is not a team with extraordinary strength beyond the general limit, they have nothing to say, but we were a little passive in the first half. Yingbu said, a little depressed. He also felt the opponent's strength, which was not to the point of surpassing them, but the game was always a little awkward. That's because of the habit. We haven't adapted to the European team's playing style. Lu Xiaoshan said. The people at the Shuhan team and the Kalaway team reminded us, and now we know what we need to adapt to. Is there any difference in the rhythm of Europe? Long Qi asked curiously. They have very good basic skills. They pass the ball without any drag. The running rhythm is very tight and more integrated. Our Chinese team also has this, but not as good as them. Lu Xiaoshan explained. So, it's not a very special method. We just need to adapt slowly. Yes, that's why I'm very happy to be assigned to such a group, because I can adapt in advance. Because this is a group match, even if we can't win or lose, it won't affect our next game. Zheng Qi added. They may suffer a little when they meet us for the first time, but it won't be the case the second time. The same tricks won't work on the Sensei. The players of the Overlord team were still nodding their heads, but after hearing the last sentence, they couldn't help but spit out their food. Have you seen such ancient things? Overlord couldn't help asking. How do you know I'm talking about such ancient things if you haven't seen them? Zheng Qi immediately asked back. Overlord was speechless. This person reacted too quickly. That's it, attack, tear open their defenser. When the Overlord team's locker room shouted loudly, the atmosphere in the locker room of the leading Milan team was not very good. Even with their resolute defenser, they still conceded a goal. The goal was scored by someone else, not Chen Fengxiao, whom they valued the most. This made them feel a little heavy. Of course, what was even more depressing was that they lost 2 goals in the first half, which was rare for the Milan team. You have to know that the teams from Italy, although their performance has been average over the years and they have never won the World Cup, are generally frequent visitors to the knockout stage, and reaching the quarterfinals and semifinals is not a rare thing. More importantly, they rarely lose the ball. Although they are eliminated every time in the World Cup, they often lose 1 goal, or are scored in overtime, or eliminated by penalties. It is rare for them to lose 2 goals in 90 minutes, let alone 2 goals in the first half. The offensive ability of this opponent is indeed very strong. The Milan team, or the team from Italy, their defensor is always the most reliable thing. In such a situation, when they find that their defensor cannot control the opponent's offensive, they will inevitably feel a little panic. A 1-goal lead is not enough for them to feel safe. We can't rely too much on defensa. Maldini said in the locker room. He was full of bitterness when he said this. When leading 3-1, the whole Milan team was full of confidence, but just 10 minutes later, they began to feel a great crisis and insecurity. This is football, and it seems to be life. But whether it is football or life, when you were in a low point and danger, what you need most is not the help of others, but self-help. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman does not hesitate to strengthen himself. Europeans may not have heard of this profound classic, but it does not prevent them from knowing the same truth. If defensa alone doesn't work, then we can only strengthen our offensa. Their defensa is not very good, and our offensa is not bad either. At least each of us can attack and defend well. In the second half, we should strengthen our offensa and be ready to counter-attack at any time. Let's win this game with more goals. I know this is awkward, but you also know that no matter how awkward it is, we have to stick to it. Otherwise, we will have no chance to win the World Cup. The Milan players nodded at the same time. Indeed, qualifying from this group is no longer a problem for them. Even if they lose this game, it is enough to beat the weak team Basel in the last round. However, qualifying from the group and entering the knockout stage is their goal? Not really. Entering the knockout stage is a goal that Italian teams can generally achieve, but this alone is not enough. They have to perform better. You have to know that many teams in Italy are not convinced that they won the championship this time. They think that they're lucky to win the Italian championship and enter the World Cup. If they don't perform as well as expected in the World Cup, they will be ridiculed by many people after returning home. For that classical football players who are not professional players but only play for honor, it is already a great pressure and humiliation. So in the second half, they must strive to win this opponent and then make a breakthrough in the World Cup. Even if they play often, they are not afraid. You know, although all their players on the field have very strong defensive capabilities, many of them also have strong offensive capabilities. Needless to say, the two forwards, Totti is also an excellent attacker. Ancelotti can defend, but his organization and long-range shooting in the offensive are also very good. Plo is good at organizing from behind, but his organization after moving forward is not bad. Even Gattuso, who seems to be a pure defensive player, has an excellent long-range shooting ability. Although it is not as outrageous as a spinning ball, it can still cause a certain threat. With the excellent assist ability of left-back Facchetti, they are not afraid to play often. Okay, then attack. When there is an opportunity to attack, try to seize the opportunity. When defending, we should also show our level of quick counter-attack at any time and give them a good look. Maldini said loudly. When the players from both sides came on the field, it was obvious that their fighting spirit was quite high. In such a game, naturally no one would lose fighting spirit easily. From the first half of the game, we can see that the Chinese overlord team lived up to their status as a seeded team. The offensive level they showed was indeed world-class, otherwise they would not have been able to tear open Milan's defense twice. In addition to the top striker Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi also scored a goal, proving that they are not a team that relies on one person to score goals. In fact, being able to let a core shooter fully display his level is already a remarkable thing in itself, let alone other things. If they continue to attack like this, I think Milan will have a headache with their offense. Milan's performance in the first half was also surprising. As a second-tier team, the overall combat capability they showed was infinitely close to that of the seeded team. The overlord team may still lack the experience of playing against teams from other continents in the World Cup, but it is also a very rare thing for them to score 3 goals. Didn't you see how the overlord team ravaged Basel in the first round? In short, this game may be the closest game in the group stage. After all, other second-tier teams may not have the strength to compete with the seeded teams. A European commentator sighed and said that when the overlord team was trailing 1-3 inches the first half, he had thought about whether Milan could possibly eliminate the overlord team. This was not impossible. If the overlord team lost to Milan, their morale would be greatly hit. For such a new team, it was very likely that their performance would be affected in the future. The opponent in the last round, the national team, was also strong. Didn't you see that they only lost to Milan by 1 goal? If they accidentally lost to the national team, wouldn't they be squeezed out of the group? However, looking at the momentum of the overlord team now, even if they lost to Milan, they would not be affected too much. After all, the national team was still a little weaker, and it was difficult to have a big impact on their performance. In this case, the European commentator would of course be a little disappointed. In the World Cup, the overall advantage of European teams was very large, but in terms of the championship, their advantage was not too great. From the distribution of the seeded teams, it can be seen that although they have the most seeded teams, with 3 teams, there are 2 teams in Asia, 2 teams in South America, and 1 team in North America. In this case, they certainly do not have a particularly big advantage. Being able to isolve a seeded team in advance would certainly be very helpful to the European team as a whole, but unfortunately it seems that it is not possible now. Chapter 754. Crazy suppression. In fact, other teams are well aware of the little tricks of the European side, but this is inevitable. Although each team is independent, as a continent, there is always a sense of unity among European teams, which is inevitable. Moreover, the advantage of European teams is not only that they have one more seeded team, but mainly that they have a large number of second-tier teams. Among the 8 second-tier teams, 6 are European teams. Such an advantage is of course very large. Of course, the overlord team will not consider these things now. They just want to play that game in front of them well. The first to kick off in the second half was the overlord. They quickly organized the attack and launched a quick attack in the front court in Milan's defense. Milan recovered more strongly, leaving only 2 forward in the front court, clearly wanting to create opportunities through a quick counter-attack. The overlord team didn't care about this at all. They were extremely brave and continued to pass quickly to launch attacks, shooting when they had the chance, looking like a fool. However, Their fierce attack can indeed bring a lot of pressure. Even if Milan's defense is good, they can hardly have time to launch a counterattack. Often under the fierce pressure of the Overlord team, they can only quickly clear the ball. Such hasty clearance of the ball is of course difficult to form a good counterattack opportunity. Counterattack is also a learning. It is not that the backcourt quickly clears the ball to the front court, and the forwards can easily break through alone. Otherwise, who would think about attacking? Just defend and try your luck. Even if the team from Italy is a rare team that uses its own defense as the foundation to complete the game, their counterattack is not blindly kicking the ball. The precise long pass in the backcourt, the small-scale cooperation between the two people in the front court, the grasp of time in, and the use of space are all very complicated things. So the Overlord team attacked vigorously, and Milan's defense was under a lot of pressure. Zheng Qi retreated to get the ball again, then pretended to turn around and force a breakthrough, but passed the ball to the side. After Yuzuki got the ball, he also pretended to pass it directly into the penalty area, but he raised his foot and passed the ball to the middle. Yimbu, who was advancing, got the ball and saw that the opponent's midfield defender was focusing on Zheng Qi and Lucian. He stepped forward decisively and then took a long shot. He didn't know how to shoot a spinning ball, or he didn't have much confidence, but the long shot without anyone defending was also a huge threat. Zoff made a wonderful save, flying and blocking the ball with one hand. The ball flew out horizontally, and Costacchiotta caught up with the ball. However, Long Qi quickly pressed from behind him fiercely. Costacchiotta could only choose to control the ball, then turned around and kicked the ball out. The ball flew to the front court, and Varshu and Thongnaime rushed to the ball at the same time. Although Mitsu was also running towards the landing point of the ball, he was obviously unable to fight against two opponents alone. When he rushed over, Thongnaime had already got the ball first, and then passed it to Wanshu. Wanshu passed it directly to Jibu in front, and Jibu passed it to Zheng Qi again, and the Overlord team's attack started again. In this case, the pressure shown by the Overlord team is continuous. Although Milan's defensor is very solid, can the solid defensor withstand such continuous suppression and attack? You have to know that although they won many games with a score of 1-0, it does not mean that they have been suppressed by the opponent. After being suppressed by the opponent, finding an opportunity to counterattack can well relieve the pressure on the defense line and interrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm. This is the key to the final victory. If you keep being suppressed and attacked, let alone the defense line composed of humans, even if it is real reinforced concrete, it will gradually be broken up. So although they are still leading now, although they have used tenacious defense to resist the attack of the Overlord team several times, people with real vision know that Milan's situation is already quite dangerous. Now it depends on when the Overlord team will score, and whether Milan can really control the ball before the opponent scores, and relieve the pressure on their defense line. This is very important now. The Overlord team has been attacking continuously, and after the attack failed, they quickly took the initiative and launched another attack. It is not easy to do this. Milan wants to control the ball and take the initiative in addition to defending, which is also not easy. Unconsciously, the fight for possession of the ball has become the most critical issue now. Damn, these guys are really good at defense. After Ba Wang's header was saved by the opponent's goalkeeper, he said depressedly. No wonder he was depressed. Just now, Long just cross, Lucian attracted the opponent's attention, giving him a rare opportunity. However, his header had no problem with the angle and power, but it was still saved by Zoff, who was as if assisted by God. It was about to score, but the opponent still forced the ball out. No wonder Ba Wang looked so depressed. Be patient, don't rush. Zheng Qi ran to prepare for the corner kick and said in the team channel, now it's all about patience, understand? This is also a rare experience, don't think too much about other things. Got it. Ba Wang nodded, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. He was actually eager to score goals. As a striker, he certainly couldn't score as many goals as Lucian in the World Cup, but only scoring goals could prove his value. He didn't score in the last game, but he wasn't in a hurry, because Basel's level was not very high. It was nothing to not score in such a game. However, facing the team with the strongest defensor, being able to score was enough to prove his level and value. The temptation of this point was quite huge. What's more, Long Qi also scored. As the previous top striker, Overlord was extremely eager to score at this moment. Of course, he knew that haste makes waste. Facing such a top defensor, the more he wanted to score, the less anxious he was. Otherwise, it would be easier to miss the goal. So he tried to calm himself down. Zheng Qi was preparing to take a corner kick. The players on both sides of the penalty area were rolling like a pot of dumplings. In such a complicated situation, no matter how accurate the pass was, it was not very useful. It was still a matter of luck. However, the Overlord team was not short of players who could score in the penalty area. 3 strikers were in the penalty area, and 2 central defenders also rushed in. They were all of good height. Although they were a little worse than the height of Milan's defense line, they were not without opportunities. However, if you think about the average height of the opponent, it is really a bit scary. There is no defender in the entire Milan defense line who is less than 1.85 meters tall. The height is close to 1.9 meters, even the 2 side backs are like this. Costacchiota is 1.88 meters, Facchetti is 1.9 meters. On the contrary, the heights of their midfielders are average, less than 1.8 meters, but the heights of their 2 forwards are also very good. These guys in Europe are tall. Zheng Qi thought to himself. The height of the Overlord team is actually okay, but the 2 central defenders are both 1.85 meters, and the tallest is Overlord, who is 1.9 meters tall. Lucian and Zheng Qi are both just over 1.8 meters tall, which is indeed a bit worse than the opponent. Then we can't pass the ball high, fast ball, medium height, a bigger arc, more rotation, try your luck. After thinking about it, Zheng Qi took 2 steps back, then accelerated and kicked the ball out. The ball rushed to the penalty area quickly, across to the outside arc. The height was not very high, and it had a strong rotation. If someone touched such a cross, it would be very likely to hit the ball directly into the goal. This was true for both offensive and defensive players. Milan's defenders certainly did not dare to underestimate such a cross. While judging the landing point of the ball, they focused on the person. In the penalty area, not only Lucian, but also other players of the Overlord team had to pay attention. Otherwise, it would be easy for the opponent to find an opportunity and it would be possible to score a goal with just a touch. Zoff stood in front of the goal. As soon as he saw Zheng Qi's pass, he knew that he could not attack. The arc of that flight was far from the goal. With so many people in the penalty area, it would be easy for him to be disturbed and unable to appear at the landing point of the ball or intercept it in the middle. Once that happened, there would be a big empty goal behind him for the opponent to use. Zoff, who was experienced, would certainly not make such a mistake. The players of the Overlord team began to run around and prepare to grab the ball. Under the interference of others, Lucian and Overlord jumped up high at the same time in the middle of the penalty area. Overlord was in front and Lucian was behind. It was obvious that Overlord was covering Lucian. Most of the attention of Milan's defenders was on Lucian. After all, in this position, if Lucian headed the ball without any interference, the chance of scoring would be very high. However, this time Overlord jumped higher, and the time he stayed in the air was quite long. Until the ball flew over, he was still in the air, and because the Milan defenders subconsciously ignored him, only Costacchiota was interfering behind him at this moment. Such interference was not enough to cause any impact on Overlord, but gave Overlord a place to borrow strength. He gathered his strength in his abdomen, faced the flying ball, shrank his neck slightly, and then exerted force violently, and headed for the goal. The ball that was touched quickly changed direction and flew to the upper corner near the goal. Speed, power, angle, suddenness. Although it was a little far from the goal, the other 4 factors were all there for this header. Zoff made the necessary response, but he was still 1 step short. When the ball flew into the goal and hit the net high, the Chinese fans in the stand cheered loudly. 3-3 tie. After nearly 15 minutes of crazy suppression in the second half, the Overlord team finally managed to equalize the score. Chapter 755. Maintaining yourself. 3-3 tie. Beautiful, Overlord team is going to have the upper hand now. Milan team may not be behind yet, but in this situation, it will be very difficult for them. Huge Wu in the stands couldn't help but pat his thumb and said affirmatively. He is a cautious person and rarely makes a very short judgment, but whenever he makes such a judgment, the outcome will be very sure. Of course, he can make such a judgment because it has nothing to do with himself and his own game, so it's okay to be arbitrary. Well, they are good at defensa, and now the defensa has been destroyed by the crazy attack of the Overlord team. They can only rely on offensa to fight against the Overlord team, but no team can fight against the Overlord team, at least Milan can't. He also nodded and agreed with his opinion. In fact, the players of the Callaway team, who were not far away from them, also had the same opinion. When a team's best side cannot compete with the opponent and is forced to use its weak side to compete with the opponent, their winning rate will naturally be much lower. Think about the Dongguo team at the time, didn't they lose the game in this way? Although the Dongguo team lacks the ability to explode, Milan should be worse than the Dongguo team overall. In this case, it is really difficult for Milan to win, unless the Overlord team is particularly unlucky, otherwise, they will have a much greater chance of winning this game than the opponent. In fact, this is also true. The dilemma of the Overlord team in that first half came from their unfamiliarity with the European game style. Basel cannot represent the high level of Europe, but Milan can basically represent the high level of Europe. In the following games, Italy, which was forced to attack, certainly made some achievements in offense, but while strengthening the offense, their defense was inevitably weakened. And the Overlord team will not only attack Lucian in this game, it is okay to play like this against a team like Basel that is inferior overall, but it is not bullying, it is looking for death. Zheng Qi and his team will certainly not look for death. So their offense was very prosperous, varied, and they attacked from all angles, and started a goal-scoring competition with Milan. In terms of goals, the Overlord team is really not afraid of anyone. In the remaining half an hour, there were more goals than in the previous 60 minutes. In the 18th minute of the second half, Milan took the lead again through a series of passes. Mitsa beautifully dribbled past Wanshu and Jinbu, who was filling in the position, and then decisively shot at a small angle. The ball went into the net from the near point. Fanzing made a misjudgment when saving the ball and lost an unnecessary ball. However, only 3 minutes later, the Overlord team also equalized the score again through continuous passes. Zheng Qi instigated from the backcourt, and Zheng Qi and Overlord played a 2-on-1 cooperation in succession. Because of Lucian's involvement, their series of passes were very easy. After breaking into the penalty area, Yingbu passed the ball back to the front of the penalty area. Lucian and Overlord's forward rush suppressed the opponent's defender. Yingbu adjusted slightly and decisively shot. The ball flew out of the crowd and flew into the goal. In the 27th minute of the second half, Milan's attack was intercepted by Zheng Qi, who was returning to defense. Then he immediately sent a wonderful long pass. Lucian rushed the ball to the opponent's half before Maldini, and then sprinted immediately after landing. Relying on his strength advantage, he squeezed out Maldini and Nesta. After getting the ball first, he shot hard in front of Zoff, who was attacking, and hit the ball into the dead corner of the goal. 5-4, the Overlord team successfully overtook. After overtaking, the Overlord team's advantage became more obvious. After resisting Milan's attack again, Lucian completed a hat-trick. After receiving the header from the Overlord in the penalty area, he headed the ball and scored the Overlord team's 6th goal of the game. Seeing that there were less than 15 minutes left in the game, they were already 2 goals behind. The Milan team had no choice but to bite the bullet and press forward. The loopholes in their defense line began to become bigger. The Overlord team started to counter-attack comfortably. Zheng Qi made a long pass when he got the ball. The 3 forwards in the front court competed for the landing point. They played very happily. In the 36th minute of the second half, Zheng Qi made a long pass. After the Overlord got the first landing point, he headed the ball to Lucian and Zheng Qi. Although the Milan defenders returned to defense in time, Lucian did not pass the ball to Zheng Qi on the other side. Instead, he passed the ball back. The Overlord, who followed up, took a powerful shot in the penalty area and blasted the ball into the Milan goal, 7-4. In the 39th minute of the second half, Milan finally got back 1 point. This time it was Baggio who scored for them. However, 5 minutes later, the Overlord team scored again after continuous passing. Zheng Qi made a first kick in the melee in front of the goal and helped the Overlord team score the 8th goal, 8-5. This is the final result of this game. Lucian completed a hat-trick, and compared to the first game, his performance seemed to have declined a bit. However, the standards of other attackers of Overlord team began to show. Zheng Qi and Overlord both scored twice. Yingbu also scored a goal, which was enough to prove that Overlord is not a one-man team. If you think that keeping a close eye on Lucian can greatly reduce Overlord's goals, then you are making a wrong idea. Overlord team has won 2 consecutive games, but they have not absolutely obtained the right to qualify from the group. After all, if they lose to Min's team by a large margin in the last round, and Milan beats Basel, then they may still lose the right to qualify due to the disadvantage of goal difference. In another game that was taking place at the same time, Min's team showed top level. They relied on the attacking lineup in the front court to beat Basel 6-0 and also got a lot of goal difference. I believe Milan will also find ways to get enough goal difference from Basel in the last round. The Chinese commentator said with a smile that even he himself did not think that the Overlord team could not get out of the group stage. What a joke. The Overlord team now has a goal difference of 12. How badly would they have to lose in the last round to not get out of the group stage? You should know that the rule for qualifying in the group stage is not to look at the win or loss of each other first, but to look at the goal difference first, then the set pieces, and then the win or loss of each other. So the Overlord team has basically qualified in advance, unless they really lose badly in the last round. But this kind of thing is basically impossible to happen, so neither the Overlord team players nor the Chinese fans think that the Overlord team will really not even make it to the top 16. Although this group is a bit difficult for us, it is not without benefits. Now we are at least familiar with the European style. The next game is against the national team. They are the strongest team under the two-seeded teams in South America. If we compete with them well, we can also feel the rhythm of South American football in advance. Europe and South America are the two continents with the highest level of classical football. As long as we adapt to their style, we will not suffer in the World Cup. Zheng Qi said. Yeah, that makes sense, the other players of the Overlord team nodded at the same time. Indeed, many things can only be performed better after experiencing them yourself, whether it is a game or anything else. From this perspective, being assigned to such a recognized death group is really a good thing for the Overlord team. After all, even if they lose in the group stage, they still have room for maneuver. Unlike the knockout stage, once they lose the game, they have no chance to make a comeback. You can understand this truth, and it's worth my effort to let us draw a death group. Zheng Qi said proudly. The others were speechless again. They could only express their amazement at Zheng Qi's shamelessness. Today's game also sounded a wake-up call for us. There are teams at the same level as ours. In every game from now on, we must firmly put ourselves first. Only a fast-paced offensive is reliable, and only with such tactics can we continue to win. Zheng Qi quickly changed the subject to a serious one. I want to review this game. From the beginning, I was afraid of their counter-attack, so I was a little hesitant when organizing the offensive, which caused us to be passive in the first half. However, it was mainly because I took into account that this is a group stage. Even if there are some problems, it will not affect the following games. In the next game, we must stick to this point and fully play what we are good at, because no team has the ability to prevent us from always maintaining the rhythm we're accustomed to. The players of the Overlord team nodded one after another. They agreed with this point very much. Now they have encountered many top teams. As long as the offensive rhythm led by Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan remains fast, no team will be able to successfully slow down their fast offensive rhythm. This game has further strengthened their confidence. In fact, tactically, the Overlord team is at a disadvantage against Milan. Whether it is Milan's excellent defense or fierce counter-attack, it seems to be just right to restrain the Overlord team's fast attack. However, the fact proves that when the Overlord team attacks quickly, even with Milan's defensor, they can't control their attack well. As long as the Overlord team's defensor can open up the situation, then they are not afraid of losing the ball, because they can always score more goals than their opponents. This has been proven to be a fact in this year's Chinese competition, and now, it has also been proven in the World Cup. In this case, they have no need to change their tactics or pursue other things. It is enough to do what they are good at to the limit. Maybe for a team playing in the league, it is necessary to become more and more perfect, but if it is a cup game, it may not be necessary to do so. Of course, the Overlord team does not need to do this. Chapter 756. Those who keep company with bad people become bad. The Overlord team, which represented China in the World Cup, won 2 consecutive games in the group stage and almost qualified and locked at first place in the group. After these 2 games, Chinese fans collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some twists and turns in the second round, the final score of 8-5 was also a brilliant victory. As a new team, the Overlord team made Chinese fans most worried that it would not perform well due to lack of experience, and ultimately failed to get good results to help the Chinese team maintain its advantage in the World Cup. Now it seems that there should be no problem, so, even the fans of Dongguan, Xi'an and Kaowei began to prepare to support the Overlord team. After all, in the World Cup, the Overlord team represents China. If the performance is too bad, wouldn't the teams they support, such as Dongguan, Xi'an and Kaowei, be even more embarrassed? After all, these 3 teams all lost to the Overlord team. Now they can breathe a sigh of relief. With the performance of the Overlord team, the probability of a losing face in the World Cup is not great. For the players of the Overlord team, they didn't think too much. Anyway, they just had to fight for their best in every game. As for the rest, it was Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan's business. It's not that they're so useless, but they know clearly that if the Overlord team wants to make a breakthrough in the game, then in addition to their efforts, the biggest factor is the performance of Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi. They are the core of the team and the most important players. It's meaningless for them to think too much, but it will affect their assistance to Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi. Only by being simple can the whole team be better. So in the next 2 days, they continued to train every day. The content of the training was running and responding to each other. Under the instigation of Zheng Qi, the two wings kept moving forward, and the midfielders kept running back and forth to respond. The forwards helped Lu Xiaoshan to distract attention, or they guaranteed to score after Lu Xiaoshan distracted attention, and trained the shooting angle to be more tricky. These trainings are all for better strengthening the offensive. Strengthen your own strengths, as much as you can. This is the current strategy and idea of the Overlord team. They already have a knife in their hands, so of course they want to sharpen it faster and swing it faster, because that's what they are best at. With a powerful enemy at hand, they certainly can't give up their sharpest weapon and forge another weapon. That's something only a retard would do. After 2 rounds, the situation in other groups is basically clear. The other 7 teams as seeded teams have lived up to their names as seeded teams. They have won 2 games in the group stage and have basically qualified. The ones who haven't qualified are like the Overlord team, but there is still a theoretical possibility of not qualifying. Everyone knows that this theoretical possibility of not qualifying is almost impossible in reality. And the Overlord team is now preparing for only the last round of games. After all, the elimination rounds have to go through a new draw, and the rules are only the first and second in the group, which are not arranged in advance. Now it's impossible to prepare for the elimination round. So it's better to concentrate on preparing for the last round of games. Even if the final result of the game won't be a big problem, it's good to get familiar with the opponent. The national team has a strong offensive capability. Therefore frontline attackers all have excellent individual abilities and good coordination. Suarez is a standard shooter with a wide range of activities. Cavani is their center forward, who is strong and has excellent heading, shooting and ball-playing abilities. Rekbor and Francescoli have excellent skills. They can shoot, break through and pass in the front field. These 4 people are the offensive focus of the national team. In the last game, Suarez and Cavani both scored hat-tricks, while Rekbor and Francescoli assisted hat-tricks. They are in very good condition. Zheng Qi said to the players of the Overlord team. TSK, no matter how good their condition is, they still can't score a goal against Italy. Overlord expressed disdain. Well, their offensive is relatively good, but in fact it can't be compared with the top teams. The offensive can only be said to be very distinctive, and the defensive is much worse. We can attack against the offensive and blow them up, but we should pay attention to their footwork skills during the game. They are really good and worth learning. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Technology can't be that good. Yingbu said. It's different. I watched their games. They all have a very high level of ball control, a good sense of the ball, and can control the ball subconsciously. At the same time, they are very thoughtful when passing. Even if we can't learn anything in a day or 2, it's still good to get familiar with it. Zheng Qi said. The others nodded. Indeed, technology is not something that can be learned in a day or 2, but even if you are just more familiar with the habits and styles of the South American teams, it can bring a lot of benefits to the next game. Moreover, for a player, seeing more opponents of different styles is also an excellent way to broaden your horizons and enrich your experience. Now there is actually very little communication between the continents. The teams with excellent strength can get enough training in their own games. They don't like to play against teams from other countries. This is especially a habit in Asia and South America, that is, European teams have more exchanges with each other, so they have the most second-rate teams, not only because they have the best classical football tradition. For the players of the Overlord team, they were not particularly eager to compete with teams from other continents, but Zheng Qi had already made this one of his future tasks, and now is also a good opportunity to learn about South American football. So in the 3rd round, the Overlord team started the game with high morale. For the national team, their current situation was not very good, even though they defeated Basel in the last round. They lost to Milan in the 1st round, and Milan lost to the Overlord team. This situation was very bad for them, because even if they defeated the Overlord team, they might not be able to qualify from the group stage. If Milan beat the Overlord team, then the 3rd round would be much simpler, just beating the Overlord team would be enough, and now their goal difference was 7 less than that of the Overlord team, which meant that they had to win 4 goals against the Overlord team to suppress the Overlord team in terms of goal difference. If they relied on performance and luck, they could still hope to beat the Overlord team, but winning by 4 goals would be a bit of a scam. Italy's goal difference is now 7 less than that of the national team, but Italy is playing against Basel. With Basel's defensive ability and Italy's ability to attack if they really want to go all out, it is no problem to win 4 or 5 goals against Basel. They can control their fate in their own hands. So from the beginning of the game, the national team started the game with the posture of a pitiful soldier. They fight very hard. After playing for a while, Yimbu said in the team channel, "They are also very strong, okay? They are ready to fight hard to qualify." Zheng Qi said, "You should correct your attitude and play well. They can still communicate so easily in the game. It can only be said that pressing is indeed not what the national team is good at." Facing the attack of the Overlord team, the national team's pressing is indeed fierce, but after getting used to Milan's extremely tenacious defensa, the Overlord team still seems to be more relaxed in fast passing. Obviously improved, just one game, huge woo in the stands couldn't help but sigh. The faces of other Shuhan team players were not too good. After the last game, the other players of the Overlord team had obviously improved a lot. Such improvement was not necessarily technical, but more of the mentality. After all, after such an excellent defensa, they adapted faster and seemed more comfortable facing a slightly worse defensa. This is also a concrete manifestation of experience. After seeing the peaks like the Himalayas, how could they feel admiration for the small mounds on the plains? The importance of being well informed is very useful in any environment. Because I have seen it, I have no impact, so I can play my level more steadily. After a series of passes, Zheng Qi handed the ball to Yimbu. Yimbu dribbled the ball from the middle and passed it to Yuzuki, who came up to respond. Then Yuzuki handed it to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi cut into the penalty area diagonally. After the opponent's defender came to fill the position, he passed it to the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan jumped and made a feint. The Overlord, who inserted in the back row, met the falling ball and domineeringly leaned over and headed. The Overlord team opened the scoring. After scoring the goal, Ba Wang rushed towards Zheng Qi with a smile on his face. He had no regrets now. He scored 2 goals against Milan in the last game, and he opened the scoring in this game. As a not-so-famous striker, such an achievement was enough to comfort him for the rest of his life. Ba Wang's 3rd goal in this World Cup. I have to say that the players of the Ba Wang team have made rapid progress along the way. Although compared with Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, they can only be regarded as supporting roles, the supporting roles can also play a very good role, and their progress is also very obvious. Ba Wang did not have such a strong ability to compete for headers in the penalty area before, although he was also a very famous centre-forward in China at the time. Amid the commentators' evaluation, Ba Wang and Lu Xiaoshan clapped their hands. "Brother Xiao, you have to score more goals too. You have only scored 13 goals now, and there are still many goals to score. Don't worry, the more you score, the more opportunities I will have." Lu Xiaoshan also smiled and replied. Then he saw that Ba Wang looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Lu Xiaoshan asked in surprise. "Nothing." Overlord shook his head. He waited until Lu Xiaoshan walked away before he thought to himself, the way Lu Xiaoshan was laughing just now really looked like Zheng Qi. Is this what they call birds of a feather flock together? Chapter 757. The Overlord team's attacking momentum. For Lu Xiaoshan, he didn't realize that he was becoming more and more like Zheng Qi. In fact, this was a change that was difficult for him to find. It was only a very small change. He was thinking about scoring more goals now. This game might be the last game where he could score goals easily. He had to score more goals. No matter how confident Lu Xiaoshan was, he knew that he couldn't score too many goals recklessly in the knockout stage. Although he could score more goals when facing Shuhan and Kadoe, the strength of those strong teams in China was first class in the world, but it was not the best. Many other countries' strong teams were at the same level as them. Even if they didn't surpass them by a lot, they were at least not worse than them. What's more, their style was completely different from the teams that the Overlord team had encountered before. To deal with such a strong enemy, it was necessary to test, get familiar with, and understand them in various ways, just like in the last game against Milan. Naturally, his chances of scoring would decrease a lot. In addition, he also had to let his teammates get more opportunities so that he could be more relaxed. So although there are 2 more games to play in the World Cup, it is actually much more difficult for him to score 30 goals than to score 30 goals in 5 games in the Chinese region. The defense of the Dongguo team is not worse than that of the Milan team, but when facing the Dongguo team, Lucian scored 4 goals, but against Milan, Lucian only scored 3. This is a very obvious contrast. The national team, which was scored by the Overlord team first, was not affected in morale. They just continued to attack. After all, they are good at attacking, not defending. This is also well reflected in the next game. When facing the defense of the national team, the Overlord team seemed very relaxed, but when facing the offensive of the national team, they began to feel a lot of pressure. If the first 2 games, the Overlord team faced European-style football, then in this game, they began to face the typical South American style of football. These 2 schools represented the highest level of world football 100 years ago. For a long time, the South American style even suppressed the European style. It was not until those years before the world environment changed drastically that they gradually fell behind and were completely suppressed by European football. Zheng Qi also looked up the information about the suppression. He did not agree with many factors. In his opinion, it was nothing more than the development of technology that made the talents of South American players less impressive. When the training methods were not very developed, whether a player could reach his upper limit basically depended on luck. Then the level he could show on the court was of course more likely to show his talent. In this case, South American players with better talent would naturally gain an advantage on the court. After the explosion of information technology and the limit of training methods, even if the European geniuses were not as high as those South American geniuses in terms of ceiling height, they could reach the peak of their talents through scientific training methods. However, those South American geniuses might not be the same. Although many South American geniuses were trained in Europe since childhood, on the whole, the level of South American national teams was gradually suppressed by European national teams. In addition, the later the football confrontation, the more physical fitness and confrontation are required. Only with the support of physical fitness and confrontation can one's skills and level be fully brought into play. This is also the specialty of European players. Being able to suppress South American players does not seem to be surprising. However, South American football, which has been able to suppress European football for a long time, certainly has its own strengths. In terms of defense, they are not outstanding. Only a few countries are mainly defensive, but in terms of offense, they are quite outstanding. Compared with the complete and flawless kicking style of European teams, their kicking style is more casual, but it seems more unpredictable. The national team is also one of the top South American teams. Although it is not as strong as the 2 strong teams of Brazil and Argentina, it also has an extremely outstanding personal style, especially in the front court. Therefore attackers have their own characteristics but cooperate with each other tacitly. With the involvement and running of others, they immediately brought huge pressure to the defense of the Overlord team. The defenders of the Overlord team are now experienced. They have faced the fierce attack of the Shuhan team, the quick counter-attack of the Dongguo team, the army of the Karloway team, and the millstone-like attack of Milan. However, this is the first time they've encountered the clever and wild attack of the national team. For the Overlord team, their frontal defense ability is not bad now. Under the protection of the 2 back wastes, they can bravely face any attack, but the attack of the national team often does not confront you head-on. They are very familiar with each other's passing, and they don't just pass each other in the attack. They will also break through when they have the opportunity. Every time someone gets the ball, they may pass it or break through. There is no pattern to be found. And therefore forward in the front court, each of them can break through, shoot and pass. Although Suarez and Cavani are forwards, Rekborn and Francescoli are midfielders, their positions are not rigid at all. They frequently changed positions in the game. Everyone can complete a wonderful breakthrough when they get the ball, or send a beautiful pass, and can also threaten the goal of the Overlord team with a shot. Such an attack that immediately put pressure on the defense of the Overlord team, and immediately allowed the national team to equalize the score. After continuous passing, Rekborn got the ball outside the 30-meter area. He first raised his foot and made a fake pass, then quickly dunked and broke through, rushing past Yinggu. When Yinggu tried to defend, he stopped suddenly, dodged Yinggu again, and then raised his foot to transfer the ball to the other side. Suarez, who withdrew from the penalty area, got the ball on the right. After he got the ball, there was no one defending him temporarily. Cavani started running in the penalty area, ready to meet his cross. Suarez raised his foot and made a cross. After luring Zheng to rush over, he dunked the ball, then passed the ball to Francescoli, who was responding in the middle, and cut into the penalty area diagonally. Francescoli did not pass the ball back to his feet, but passed it horizontally again to Redball, who was running up. Redball swung his left foot while running, and was about to shoot the goal 30 meters away from the goal. He has the ability to spin the ball, stop him. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. There are very few people in the national team who can spin the ball. In fact, there are not many people in the world who have this skill. Redball is the only one in the national team who has this ability. The Overlord team has known this for a long time. So before Zheng Qi finished shouting, Jibu, who was closest, had already rushed over and stopped Redball silently. The attention of others was unconsciously attracted by Redball, so that Suarez, who was advancing, was temporarily ignored. However, Redball's feet moved quickly and beautifully passed the ball directly into the penalty area, accurately delivering it to the feet of Suarez, who was advancing. Suarez only needed to pass the ball forward and then shoot while running. The ball flew into the dead corner of the goal, and the national team equalized the score. After scoring, Suarez did not celebrate, but ran directly into the goal to fish out the ball and ran to the center circle. They are very active. Zheng Qi sighed. Very good, it's just a competition of sir, what's there to be afraid of? Lu Xiaoshan laughed instead. The other players of the Overlord team also laughed. Yes, in the 10 minutes of back-and-forth confrontation, it was obvious that the national team was indeed good at offensive, but it was not very strong in defensive. This level is probably similar to the top 8 in the Chinese region. The offensive is unique, but the defensive is average. Such teams are the mainstream now, and they are also the most handy teams for the Overlord team. More importantly, against such a team, the Overlord team will definitely have many offensive opportunities, and Lu Xiaoshan will have more scoring opportunities. If Lu Xiaoshan scored 20 goals in the group stage, the task of 30 goals would be much easier. So, the players of the Overlord team maintained a high morale and continued to launch the attack. For the players of the Overlord team, they are still very confident in attacking. And the players of the national team will certainly not watch the Overlord team score goals. Even if they are not good at defense, they must try to reduce the number of goals scored by the Overlord team. Although it is already difficult for them to qualify, they must persist until the last moment. So although their defense is not particularly good, they are also actively running and constantly interfering with the Overlord team's attack. However, just like before, this level of defense can't make the Overlord team feel too much pressure in attack. After continuous passing, the Overlord team created a shot. Yingbu's long shot was saved by the opponent's goalkeeper, and the defender kicked the ball away. Wanshu rushed to head the ball down, and Zheng Qi, who was organizing in the back position, quickly received the ball and then organized the attack again. Their attack was fast and inefficient, but their ability to attack continuously has not been matched by any team yet. If you can't score a goal once, then the second time. If you can't score a goal the second time, then the third time, like waves, one wave after another, until the dam is overturned and the gap is opened. The Overlord team's current attack has such momentum. Milan's defense line collapsed under the Overlord team's 10 consecutive attacks, let alone the nation's defense line. They only persisted until the third time. Lu Xiaoshan got the ball outside the penalty area and made a fake move to pass the ball to Ba Wang. He then lifted the ball directly over the head of the opponent's defender, then quickly turned and cut into the penalty area, facing the fallen ball and volleying it hard, scoring his first goal of the game. 2-1, Ba Wang team took the lead again. Si está escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a Mundo Fanfic Novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en Cinesfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 758. Just a beat up for the national team. If they fall behind again, they will just attack again. After all, they are also a team that regards attack as their life. In this case, what else can they do if they don't attack? Anyway, it is really difficult for them to defend the attack of the Overlord team, so they can only use more goals to make up for the difference. If they don't attack, they will definitely have no chance to qualify. If they attack, there may be a glimmer of hope. After all, Milan's attack is not that good. In this case, they may not be able to beat Basel by many goals. If Milan wins very little, then that is the national team's chance. As long as they defeat the Overlord team, they can join hands with the Overlord team to qualify. This is not without a chance, right? But before that, they have to try their best to defeat the Overlord team. So they immediately launched a tide-like offensive, and their offensive was constantly testing the nerves of the Overlord team's defenders. Because the game was not too important, the defenders of the Overlord team had no pressure at all. They kept running and intercepting, experiencing the characteristics of the technical offensive of South America, watching the opponent constantly changing positions and attacking at every position. Many times, it seemed that the opponent's attack timing was not very good, but only after the opponent's attack was successful, it suddenly dawned on you, oh, it turned out that our defender had a little flaw in this position. Such experience is also valuable, so the players of the Overlord team seemed very embarrassed when defending, but they had no pressure at all, and instead welcomed the opponent's fierce attack with great enthusiasm. As a result, it was easier for both sides to attack than to defend, and a key game related to qualifying was turned into a friendly match by them. What are the characteristics of a friendly match? There are many goals, and both sides have a lot of opportunities. They only care about punching a big hole in the opponent's defense line, and don't care about any problems with their own defense line. This approach certainly seems a bit unprofessional, but it allows them to play happily on the field. If the strong teams in Europe, especially the seeded teams from Germany, knew about this, they would probably scold the players of the national team. You are giving the Chinese striker a chance to score goals, but he only has 16 goals left. However, the national team didn't care about this. Although the highest record was created by a South American player, it was not created by their Uruguayan players. As the third strongest team in South America, the Uruguayan players were very dissatisfied with the Brazilian and Argentine players. The great Ronaldo who created the best record happened to be a Brazilian player. Naturally, they didn't care whether Lucian would threaten the great record created by Ronaldo. After falling behind again, the national team launched a fierce attack, but this time the Overlord team defended more steadily. Zheng Qi made a wonderful save and blocked Cavani's shot. Suarez followed up and prepared to make up the shot. Banshu cleared the ball to the front court in time. Overlord jumped high and controlled the ball's landing point over the opponent's defender's head. Overlord's height advantage against the defenders of the national team was still very large. The ball was taken by Lucian. Seeing that the national team's attack had not been able to return to defense in time, he decisively chose to break through. Seeing Lucian decisively dribbling forward, the defenders of the national team thought he was a little stupid. Although there were still many people who had not returned to defense, there were at least 2 defenders who could interfere with Lucian's progress. 2 people stopping 1 person. Are they still afraid that they can't do it? Obviously, they can't do it. When the 2 defenders rushed over from both sides, Lucian increased his speed. Obviously, with similar speeds, such acceleration could not be escaped. The 2 defenders of the national team sandwiched from both sides at the same time, trying to rely on strength to stop Lucian. They didn't seem to have conducted a detailed investigation of the Overlord team. The next moment, the 2 defenders were forcibly bounced away by Lucian's strength. Although they were only bounced a little distance and the opponent was stagnant for a short time, it was enough for Lucian to rush over and form a single knife. When Lucian rushed to the front of the opponent's penalty area, and then got rid of the attacking goalkeeper and sent the ball into the empty goal, a huge cheer rang out from the stands. 3-1, the Overlord team expanded the score, and more importantly, Lucian scored twice, scoring his 15th goal in the 32-team match of this World Cup. Looking at his scoring momentum, it is not uncommon to score 20 goals in the group stage. Chinese fans are of course very happy. Although the Chinese team's performance in the World Cup was not bad before, and they were able to win a World Cup every now and then, it may be because of their characteristics that they rarely have shooters with outstanding offensive ability. Their overall offensive level is very high, but there are no individual players who can score especially well. So even when they have good results, it is already a great thing for the team's top scorer to score more than 10 goals in 7 games. And this time, the Overlord team is obviously an exception. Their overall team is not very strong, but Lucian, the shooter, is really outstanding and has brought them great hope. You know, the World Cup champion is not particularly rare for Chinese fans now. After all, there is an opportunity to compete every year. The Chinese team has now won nearly double-digit World Cup championships. Even if the Overlord team wins it again, it will only be icing on the cake. However, if Lucian creates a new shooter record, it will be the glory of Chinese classical football as a whole. Lucian may not have thought about it. For him, it is his instinct to break more records. Zheng Qi also did not think about it. He also instinctively wanted to break the most brilliant results. Helping Lucian break the goal record was just a continuation of this instinct. the national team launched a fierce counter-attack, trying to get back a goal. After continuous passing and passing, they finally did it. In the 30th minute, Suarez passed the ball back, and Red Bull's long shot was saved by Zheng Qi. Cavani made a supplementary shot at the first time, changing the score to 2-3. However, the Overlord team also attacked continuously and shot continuously and finally blasted open the opponent's door. This time, it was not Zheng who scored. He forced a breakthrough and attracted the opponent's attention, and then passed the ball to the unguarded Zheng Qi, who pushed the ball into the goal at the first time. Very calm pass. Zheng Qi didn't just think about his own shot. When his teammates were in a better position, he still passed the ball. Obviously, the overall result is more important. Only shooters with such ideas can provide more help to the whole team. The commentator shouted happily. They are now worried that Zheng's pursuit of his own goals will affect the results of the Overlord team. You know, although they hope that Chinese shooters can set records in the World Cup, if they set records but don't win the World Cup championship, then such records are a bit funny and lack gold content. Ronaldo and Bomber set records before, but they both won the World Cup championship. The honor of the champion plus the birth of a new record, such a combination is enough to make people afraid. This is where the commentator and the fans have different ideas. Fans may think that as long as they can set records, it is not a big regret even if they can't win the championship, but the commentators know that only by winning the championship can such a record be more convincing. After all, this is not a professional game, and everyone pays more attention to persuasiveness. Of course, this is not a problem for Zheng. He wants the championship and breaking the record. Of course we need to do this, otherwise why would it be worth pursuing? Zheng Qi said. After expanding the lead to 2 goals again, the national team launched a counter-attack, but they were unable to score in the rest of the first half, because there were only a few minutes left in the first half, and their style of play was more complicated. Before they could score, the whistle for the end of the first half sounded. In this case, the Overlord team also felt a little regretful. They felt that although the opponent's defense was not very good, their offense was still very good. More importantly, their offense always took a lot of time, which affected the Overlord team's scoring opportunities. This is not a problem. Their offense is very complicated, but we can also seize the opportunity and quickly counter-attack after stealing the ball. Didn't you see that our Zheng scored the second goal in this way? Be patient and don't be anxious. If it doesn't work, we can still reveal a flaw and let them score, and then we get the ball and get more scoring opportunities. Zheng Qi said in the locker room. What? Is what you said true or false? The players of the Overlord team were shocked. Did they deliberately let the opponent score so that they could get more offensive opportunities? This idea is really creative. Of course it's false. Are you stupid? You believe this? Zheng Qi said. The players of the Overlord team wanted to hit someone. What I mean is that in this situation, it doesn't matter if we take some risks in defense. After all, we are not afraid of losing the ball, and we didn't ask you to let him go. You are really stupid. Zheng Qi shook his head. Do you want to hit him? Zheng asked the others. Hit him, just hold your breath. The others nodded. Be serious. The second half of the game is about to start. Zheng Qi said. Well, so I have to beat you up first, so that you can be more open-minded, so that we can play better in the second half of the game. Zheng said seriously. Damn, shout brother, I want to give you more chances to score goals, but you are not grateful at all. What's wrong with this society? Is there any warmth left? Zheng Qi said. Chapter 759. Repeating the previous story for the players of the Overlord team, they did get a rare relaxation during the halftime break. This was also the last game in the World Cup that they could play with a little more relaxation. After all, the possibility of them not qualifying in this game was too low, so they could treat the game with a more relaxed mentality. From the next game on, they would all face the knockout stage. In the knockout stage, they naturally had to remain vigilant until the end of the game, otherwise, victory would very likely slip away from their hands at any time. The players of the Overlord team were very clear about this, and they would also enjoy the last relaxed game in this World Cup better. A relaxed mentality can often lead to better performance, and this was the case for the players of the Overlord team in the second half. Although the national team relied on their offense to score another goal shortly after the start of the second half, narrowing the gap to 1 point, Zheng's hat-trick soon put the Overlord team ahead by 2 goals again. 16 goals. The commentator shouted excitedly. Of course, they also know that although they have scored 16 goals in 3 games, it does not mean that the Overlord team can play 4 more games, nor does it mean that Lucian can score 14 goals in the remaining 4 games. The world of the knockout stage is definitely not the same world as the world of the group stage. This is something that many people understand, and the players of the Overlord team also understand it. So they continue to pursue goals, while constantly oppressing the national team's offense, forcing them to attack faster and not waste too much time. Seeing that the Overlord team is still so impatient when leading by 2 goals, the national team feels that their chance has come. After all, in this case, they have a greater chance of scoring, and the loopholes in the Overlord team's defense also appear to be more. As long as the pace is accelerated, it is possible to score more goals. Such temptation cannot be stopped by the players of the national team, and therefore front-court players have strong scoring ability. If the gap in the opponent's defense is relatively large, they can play faster and pass the ball directly to someone's feet, and then rely on his personal breakthrough to score. After all, whether it is Redboard or Francescoli, Suarez or Cavani, they all have such ability. So after Redboard got the ball a little bit forward, he immediately made a long shot. After luring Zheng to defend, he dunked the ball and accelerated the breakthrough. When he broke through, other attackers of the national team began to run around to attract the attention of the Overlord team's defenders. Redboard's skills were indeed excellent. He quickly broke into the penalty area and hit a beautiful arc ball against Zheng Qi, scoring the 4th goal for the national team. The Overlord team kicked off silently, and then they also played at fast break. Under the opponent's defense, Lucian headed the ball to the back point. The Overlord jumped high and overpowered the opponent's defender, but still did not head the ball. Instead, he ferried the ball to the middle. Zheng, who was inserted in the middle, headed the ball again and headed the ball. The goalkeeper of the national team tried hard to block the ball, but the ball flew in the direction of Lucian. Lucian did not hesitate at all and made a supplementary shot at the first time, scoring his 4th goal of the game and the 17th goal in the top 32. Hurry up and attack. Zheng Qi waved his arms and shouted at the players of the national team, but the other team obviously didn't understand his words, so the national team continued to attack step by step. However, when they saw that the Overlord team's running and pressing became more and more fierce, and the gaps in the back were relatively large, they gave up the previous slow attack method, started to play faster, and scored again through Suarez's personal breakthrough. But soon, the Overlord team scored again through a quick attack. This time, it was not Lucian who scored, but Overlord. He overpowered the opponent's defender in the penalty area and headed the ball into the goal, rewriting the score to 7-5. Less than 20 minutes into the second half, both sides scored 3 goals each. Such a fast pace was in sharp contrast to the first half. The Overlord team was not worried about this, because they were used to such an offensive rhythm, but the national team was a little overwhelmed. They rarely encounter such a fast attack. After all, they are good at running back and forth to dispatch and then find opportunities to give the opponent a fatal blow. Now, they don't need to run and dispatch. There is an opening, pass the ball, and then force a breakthrough and shoot to score. Such a simple game makes them feel uncomfortable. The sudden change in the defense of the Overlord team also quickly caused their offense to suffer a great setback. When Suarez received the pass from Francescoli and planned to force a breakthrough, his first breakthrough was indeed successful, but when he was about to shoot, Zheng Qi, who quietly returned to defense, appeared beside him and lightly intercepted the ball with his foot. When he turned around and prepared to counter-rob, Zheng Qi had already sent a beautiful long pass, and the ball flew straight to the national team's half. Lucian inserted at high speed and got rid of all the national team defenders at the same time as starting, then took the ball forward and went straight in. Lucian's 5th goal, the 18th goal in the top 32. From now on, as long as he completes a hat-trick in every game, he can score 30 goals. Liga Rui, who was watching the game, couldn't help but say, "Football games are not about addition and subtraction, of course, we should score more goals." I think he also wants to break the record of goals scored in the group stage, that is, to score 20 goals in the group stage, Shinranofe said. Will it seem that there are fewer goals in the knockout stage and that goal content is not enough? Yuan Fan couldn't help asking. No, I think he will try to score more goals to prove his strength. Who said he really only scored 30 goals? This is just our guess. Bin Shikai couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, and then said, "Oh, right, the extraordinary players suddenly realized that this should have been a very simple matter, but they made it complicated. No matter what kind of shooter, if they can score more goals in the game, they will score more goals." They will not think that they have completed the task in this game and can score fewer goals. What's more, the morale of the national team has reached the bottom. They are now 3 goals behind and the Overlord team has scored 8 goals. There are still 20 minutes before the end of the game. The Overlord team is likely to score more goals. They have no chance of qualifying from the group. In this case, it is of course better to pursue the enemy with the remaining courage, even if there is some bullying intention, it doesn't matter. If you can score a goal, why not score it? Why should there be inexplicable pity? Shinranofei continued. The players of the Overlord team nodded thoughtfully. This is indeed the truth. Others have been calculating for Lu Xiaoshan, counting how many goals he has scored and how many more he has to break the record, but does Lu Xiaoshan really calculate these things during the game? Not necessarily. He would only think about better efficiency, scoring goals if he could, passing the ball when his teammates had a better chance. He would not be distracted by how many goals he would score during the game. Under such circumstances, the Overlord team would naturally have more chances to score goals. It would not be good to calculate them all. It would be enough to just focus on scoring goals. Lu Xiaoshan did think so. He did not think about the fact that he had already scored 5 goals, but whether there would be any more chances next time. The morale and fighting spirit of the national team had already dropped a lot, but they still could not create any chances in the next attack. The crazy pressing of the Overlord team made them feel that they could not move forward. After a pass error, they began to return to defense and resist the fierce attack of the Overlord team. In fact, there was no suspense in the next game. What everyone wanted to see was how many chances the Overlord team could seize and how many chances Lu Xiaoshan could seize. In the 27th minute of the second half, Lu Xiaoshan retreated to get the ball, then passed it to Zheng Qi, then turned and sprinted into the penalty area. Zheng Qi sent a lob without stopping the ball, which landed accurately at Lu Xiaoshan's feet. Lu Xiaoshan didn't wait for the ball to land, and volleyed it directly into the net, 9-5. The national team began to attack by controlling the ball. Their attack delayed some time, but this way of delaying time obviously gave the Overlord team more fighting spirit. They began to run and intercept frantically, forcing the opponent to make mistakes. The national team's skills were still very good, and there were no mistakes. However, after hitting the penalty area, Wang Shu cleared the ball with a clean header. The ball fell to Yingbu's feet, and Yingbu quickly passed it to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi took the ball forward and began to counterattack. The scattered retreating players of the national team could not stop Zheng Qi's breakthrough. Zheng Qi broke through all the way to the 30-meter offensive area before passing the ball to Long Qi, who was advancing on the wing. Long Qi broke into the penalty area and wanted to pass the ball to Lu Xiaoshan, but was shocked to find that the 3 defenders of the national team were all around Lu Xiaoshan, but they ignored him who was holding the ball in the penalty area. Long Qi, who was in tears and laughter, could only choose to shoot himself, helping the Overlord team score the 10th goal of the game. What should I do? These guys are determined not to let Brother Xiao score again. Long Qi did not celebrate after scoring, but said depressedly in the team channel, "It's okay, Brother Xiao has already scored 6 goals, and we are so far ahead. In the next 10 minutes, let's repeat the story of the first round," Zheng Qi said with a smile. "Focus on Brother Xiao." "Sure, Overlord and I couldn't go to the penalty area to help carry people," Long Qi replied. "Very good, it's up to you next, Brother Xiao. If you score less than 2 goals next time, I will despise you," Zheng Qi said. "Don't worry, their defenders have average defensive abilities. If you pass the ball more in the air, I guarantee that they will score a few more goals." Lu Xiaoshan was not polite and nodded directly. Chapter 760. Knowing it well, the remaining 10 minutes of the game almost made Chinese fans laugh to death. Because they found that the situation in the second half of the first round of the game was almost repeated yesterday, and in these 10 minutes, the Overlord team kept kicking the ball from both wings, and the long pass was hit on Lu Xiaoshan's head. In the penalty area, Overlord and Long Qi helped him to screen, and the sidelines kept passing the ball to create opportunities for him. The defenders of the national team also focused on guarding Lu Xiaoshan, but in the case of Lu Xiaoshan's continuous running and grabbing points, the effect of such guarding was not very good. Of course, the effect of Overlord's offense was not very good. Now everyone wants to see how many goals Overlord can score in the remaining 10 minutes under such circumstances. Before, against Basel, Overlord's offensive performance was 10 goals in a game. To be honest, the efficiency is not high. After all, several goals were scored through counterattacks. In such a game, the number of goals scored is amazing if it is 5. Although the national team is not very good at defensa, their overall level is still good. With dense defensa, how many goals can Lu Xiaoshan score? At most one. Let him score 20 goals in the group stage. Many people thought so, and then they scolded the national team's defenders. You should also work harder. Lu Xiaoshan had scored 6 goals before. If the defensa was better and less, or if they started this kind of defensa earlier, how many more goals can he score? Now they start to concentrate on defensa, it's too late. But even if they think so, they never thought that something like this would happen next. In the first round of the group stage, the Overlord team had never played such a game, so whether it was Lu Xiaoshan's running to grab the ball or the crosses from the two wings, they all seemed a bit hasty, so the efficiency was particularly low. Now, they already have experience. Zheng Qi kept passing the ball, always able to pass it to Yuziki and Thonime, who were running out of space on the two wings. Yuziki and Thonime also found the trip to cross the ball. They didn't need to think too much. They just needed to pass across with a large arc and a fast speed. If the arc could be a little weird, it would be even better. Such a cross is difficult to judge at the first time, but Lu Xiaoshan's competition is not to judge it accurately and quickly every time. It is enough for him to judge it a little faster than the defender. After the game, Lu Xiaoshan also practiced his ability to head the ball. Although he is not tall, he has good bounce and good feeling. The power of the header can be said to be quite huge. In this case, Lu Xiaoshan is like a fish in water in the penalty area. No one can defend him. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, countless people stared at the score above the stands in amazement, wondering if they were dazzled. But they saw all the goals just now, clearly displayed in front of them. In the remaining 15 minutes, the national team was able to score 2 goals, which was indeed amazing, but the price paid was that the Overlord team had more attacks and more goals. 14-7, this was the final score of this game. It looked like the score of a basketball game. In the last 15 minutes, Lu Xiaoshan scored 4 goals in one breath, all of which were headers after receiving crosses from the two wings, which made his number of goals in this game reach 10 again. In the 3 group stage games, 2 games scored double-digit goals. This is another new record. Before, only Lu Xiaoshan scored double-digit goals in a game, and now there are 2 games in the group stage that scored double-digit goals. Such a record is not only unprecedented, but I am afraid that no one will be able to create it in the future. There is actually a reason for this. The Overlord team is not familiar with those opponents, but are those opponents familiar with the Overlord team? In this case, they also suffered a lot. Chinese fans were speechless to find that Lu Xiaoshan had created more records this time. He scored 23 goals in 3 group matches, which broke the highest record of Asian players in a single World Cup. The previous record of Asian players in a single World Cup was set by China more than a decade ago. At the time, the striker scored 22 goals in 7 games and helped the Chinese team win the World Cup. But now, Lu Xiaoshan has broken such a record in just 3 games. There are only 5 goals left to break the world record. It seems that it is almost certain that he will tie the world record. There is no suspense. The only suspense now is how many goals he can increase with his crazy scoring momentum. How high a record will he set that will make future generations look up to him and lose hope of impact? Just thinking about this is really exciting. I didn't expect that I would score too many goals without paying attention. Lu Xiaoshan said after returning to the locker room. If you spread this, you might get beaten. Zheng Qi said. Isn't this the way we're used to speaking? Lu Xiaoshan asked back. Do I deserve a beating for what I said? Zheng Qi asked the others. The others on the Overlord team nodded repeatedly. Your observation ability is problematic, Zheng Qi said, and then he changed the subject. This time Brother Xiao has aroused enough hatred. In the next elimination match, we should play against a second-place team. In this case, there is no need for us to expose all our strength. Just use Brother Xiao's attack to destroy the opponent's defense line. We can score as many goals as we can, Zheng Qi said. We still need to conserve our strength. The others were stunned. Of course, our opponents are always the 7-seeded teams. In other words, we will not really meet the strongest opponents until we enter the quarterfinals. If we can conserve our strength to kill the opponent, then of course we have to do this. Zheng Qi smiled. Well, this is the only way. The players on the Overlord team nodded at the same time, quite affirmatively. They themselves also overlooked that their nodding and affirmation now also resembled Zheng Qi. Those who are close to Ink are black, and Lu Xiaoshan is not the only one who is black. Zheng Qi's ability to infect is indeed too strong. After the group stage, we have 3 days of rest. We don't have to train so hard. I'll check the level of the second place players. It's good to prepare first. But we will know who our opponents are tomorrow. Then we can conduct targeted training. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Everyone, have a good rest today. You are becoming more and more like a captain. After the others left, Lu Xiaoshan said to Zheng Qi, "What is a captain like?" Zheng Qi asked back, touching his chin. "It's almost like you. You take the initiative to do many things, then solve some problems and let the team forward. This is a good captain." Lu Xiaoshan thought for a while and answered, "Then why can you still be the captain of Changfen?" Zheng Qi asked, making Lu Xiaoshan half dead. "I'm the strongest, so I'm the captain, do you understand?" Lu Xiaoshan shouted. "So, there's no such thing as a captain. If you can convince others, you were a good captain." Zheng Qi replied with a smile. "What if you're obviously very strong, but there are always people who are not as good as you but are not convinced?" Lu Xiaoshan asked thoughtfully. "Ask me. Has your Changfen encountered such a problem?" Zheng Qi asked back. "Of course not, I'm just discussing the problem with you," Lu Xiaoshan said. "Then let the person leave." "How can we not let him leave if he is the unstable factor of the team?" Just like Xiongfei, it was a wise choice for him to leave at the time. If they continue to fight, it will be the worst result for him, Yozi, and Tianlong. If he leaves, it will be a win-win for all three. The better he performs, the more he will win, and as long as Yozi can prove that he is stronger, he can also win. Zheng Qi replied. "You are so young, but you see things very clearly," Lu Xiaoshan praised. "You have been the captain for so many years, but you don't know about this kind of thing. I admire you very much." Zheng Qi said faintly. "The real captain of Changfen is actually Wen Xiang, right?" "Right." "Shut up." Lu Xiaoshan blushed for a rare time. Of course, under the cover of the system's appearance, he was not afraid of being discovered by Zheng Qi. "I'm actually quite envious of you. You can improve your strength comfortably and you have the captain's aura. It feels great, right?" Zheng Qi laughed. "I didn't want to do that either. Wen Xiang insisted on doing this, saying that my image was suitable for being promoted as a captain." Lu Xiaoshan sighed, "But anyway, our incomes are put together, so I feel better. I'm not really envious of you. The one who really envies you is Li Qing's, ha ha ha." Zheng Qi laughed again. He really thought that these two top players were very interesting. "I don't know if he will be jealous of me in private and say that I am 2 against 1. Lu Xiaoshan said with some pride. "You are childish." Zheng Qi shook his head. "Forget it, I won't say so much to you. Anyway, we will still have a life and death competition in the second half of the season. I don't mind you winning the 5-time champion, but we will fight you to the death," Lu Xiaoshan said seriously. "Of course, it's not just you, isn't it also Teen Head? Damn, our fifth one has 21 wins and 3 draws but still can't leave you too far behind, only 4 points ahead. Don't you think you were abnormal?" Zheng Qi said depressedly. "If it weren't for the pressure you brought, we might not be able to have such an outstanding performance." Lu Xiaoshan patted Zheng Qi on the shoulder. "So, work hard. A great season requires many people to participate. Even if we can't become the protagonist of this great season, we will play our part well. I hope so too, otherwise, even if we win the 5 championships this season, it won't be a big deal." Zheng Qi smiled. "It's good to know it in your heart." Lu Xiaoshan nodded. Chapter 761. "It's okay." Did Lu Xiaoshan really say that? Su Jing asked Zheng Qi. "Yeah, I don't think he's joking. He's already shown his weakness this season. We'll win," Zheng Qi said. "Stop it," Su Jing said. "Ha ha ha, liven up the atmosphere." Zheng Qi laughed, but he said that, which means he really has some hope of blocking us in the league. "I think Li Qing's idea should be similar. After all, our advantage is really big. They just keep holding on with the self-esteem of top players," Zheng Qi said. "Even so," Su Jing said, "we can't be careless. Our lead is only 4 points. Last year, we started to fall behind in the second stage of the season. Our opponents have the most experience in this regard." Zheng Qi continued. "You still know, that's good." Su Jing laughed. "Of course, since my goal is to win the 5-time championship, I won't make the same mistake as before. Actually, it wasn't a mistake before. If it wasn't so unforgettable to fall from the first place, how could everyone be so vigilant about this kind of thing this year?" Zheng Qi laughed. "Don't say you deliberately left the team last year," Su Jing said. "How is it possible? Why didn't I take the championship?" I'm not sick. Last year I was really a bit overwhelmed. I had to do everything on the field, and the others lacked explosive power. This year is different. Zheng Qi smiled. Well, Shinrano Fei and Liu Shibo are one in front and one behind. You can fully play your characteristics. Su Jing nodded. What characteristics? It's just running around. There's actually no technical content. Compared with the organization of the midfield in classical football, it's much simpler. Zheng Qi yawned. What you said, Su Jing was a little speechless. The positions in the football era game are actually very vague. Although they are generally divided into 4 positions. Defensive players, offensive players, auxiliary players and goalkeepers, this division is just a general division and can't explain the specific situation at all. You know, in the football era, it is not uncommon for goalkeepers to rush out to help attack, let alone other positions. The tasks of auxiliary players are the most diverse. Just like Zheng Qi said, they do everything. Defensive players are also divided into those with excellent individual defensive abilities and those who can organize the defense line. Zhuyi and Fulei are players with good individual defensive abilities. Liu Shibo can organize the entire back line and prevent his team from showing any flaws when defending. Offensive players are also divided into those who attack from the front, those who break through from the flanks, and those like Zheng Qi, who may be invisible on the field but can open up the situation as soon as they make a move. Football era games have always been considered the most complex competitive confrontation because of the many skills and complex terrain. It is easy to kill and be killed at the same time, and it is necessary to seize the time difference to launch an attack. It is even more difficult to train players like Zheng Qi. Basically, they cannot be trained, but depend on talent and luck. As a result, Zheng Qi said that playing in such a position is not as complicated as the organization of the midfield in classical football. I'm telling the truth. Classical football looks simple on the surface, but the more you get into it, the more complicated it becomes. Any pass and any confrontation are unpredictable. This was the case more than 100 years ago, and it is also that case in more than 100 years. Although our physical fitness is much better now, and our jumping and confrontation strength are more than 10 times stronger than before, the basic things have not changed. This is such an interesting sport. It can remain basically unchanged when the human body's quality changes so much, but the number of goals is more. How can such a sport be simple? Zheng Qi asked Su Jing. Su Jing was really stumped by the question. It's really hard for me to answer your question. She smiled bigly. I'm just asking, but it would be a pity if the classical football sport died out like this. Zheng Qi smiled and said, so I'm very happy because I have found a new goal for the days to come. Is it an interesting goal? Su Jing asked with a smile. Yes, it's very interesting. Zheng Qi nodded. For Zheng Qi, he thinks classical football is indeed very interesting now. Now that they have entered the top 16 inches the World Cup, and the next opponent is most likely a second-tier team, Zheng Qi feels even happier. When they played against Milan in the group stage before, the opponent gave him a great surprise. Will the next second-tier team be as surprising as Milan? In fact, this is true. The team that can qualify from the group stage is definitely the essence of world football, there is no doubt about this. The 8-seeded teams in world football are all frequent visitors to the World Cup champion. In the past 100 years, the 8-seeded teams have won the World Cup championship more than 5 times at least, and more than 10 times. Brazil has won the championship 16 times, and the United Kingdom and Germany have won the championship record 14 times each. Other teams have also won many championships. In addition to these 8-seeded teams, other teams have also won the World Cup, such as Uruguay, the third strongest team in South America, and Canada in Central and North America. There are more non-seeded teams in Europe that have won the World Cup. In addition to the United Kingdom, Germany and Russia, Italy, France, Spain, Portugal, Belgium, and the Netherlands have all won the World Cup, ranging from 1 to 3 times. The seeded teams are good at getting better results and have an advantage in historical results, but it does not mean that they can cover the sky with one hand and let all the championships fall into their hands. When they fight each other, there are still many second-rate teams that can take advantage of the loopholes and snatch the championship from them. This is different from the games in the football era. There are rarely dark horses in the football era, and there are rarely real weak wins over strong teams. Who is our next opponent? Zheng Qi asked immediately after he went online the next day. He got up a little late today and went online without checking the news. He didn't care about it because other people would definitely know. After Zheng Qi asked this question, he saw Ba Wang looking at him with a helpless look. What's wrong? Is it a strong team? Zheng Qi asked. Real Madrid. B.A. Wang nodded sadly and said, "The name of this team sounds very familiar." Zheng Qi touched his chin and said, "It's strange if you're not familiar with them. They're one of the two strongest teams in Spain. So far, the Spanish team has won 2 World Cup titles, one by them and the other by Barcelona. This Real Madrid has suppressed Barcelona and qualified for the World Cup for 5 consecutive years. They're very strong." Long Qi said, "No matter how strong they are, they're only the second in the group." "What are you afraid of?" Zheng Qi said. "Spain may be the second strongest team in that group. Only France can compare with them." Fan Zheng shook his head. "They are in the same group as Brazil. In the last round, they tied with Santos of Brazil. They only ranked second in the group because of a few goals difference. This team already has the strength to challenge the first in the group. So it seems that this team is quite powerful. You guys practice first. I'll go down and check their information." Zheng Qi said indifferently. Lu Xiaoshan nodded. "Go ahead. Do you want to come up in the afternoon or tomorrow?" "In the afternoon, one morning is enough," Zheng Qi said indifferently. Facing the next opponent, both Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan seemed very calm. A few hours later, when Zheng Qi came online again, his expression became even more calm. "This team is okay," he said. "What do you mean by okay?" The players of the Overlord team were quite surprised. "What this means is that they do have some strength, but we don't have to be afraid of them. They are the type we like to deal with," Zheng Qi explained. "Their defense is not bad," Overlord said in surprise. "I remember that they lost 3 goals in 3 group matches, and they lost them against Brazil. In the other 2 games, they didn't lose any goals and shut out the opponent. Shutting out the opponent is not because of their excellent defense, but because of their tactics. Their players have good footwork and will keep passing the ball back and forth to control the ball under their feet. They will have more control over the ball under their feet. The opponent has less attack, so there are naturally fewer chances to score," Zheng Qi said. "Then this tactic is also very unsolvable," Yingbu said after thinking about it. "How can there be no solution?" "There is no solution against teams that are worse than them, but there is a solution against teams that are better than them or on the same level. We can run a lot, cut off their passes, and press them. Their ball control will not have any effect, and they will be forced to speed up the pace to launch an attack. Do you think we should worry about this?" Zheng Qi laughed. The players of the Overlord team suddenly realized. Real Madrid's tactics certainly sounded awesome, but in fact they have great limitations. It's not that you can't play that ball control often, sir, but controlling the ball for 1 or 2 minutes and then launching an attack is different from wanting to control the ball all the time until the opponent can't hold back and reveals a flaw before launching an attack. Now the player's running ability is much better than before. In the past, the sprinting run, no matter how good the physical fitness of the players was, could not continue. They had to take a slow rest after running for a while, otherwise even the strongest player's heart would not be able to bear it. But now, as long as you want, you can sprint from the beginning to the end of the field. After all, the game is a game. In this case, the player's coverage area in the game is much larger. It is almost impossible to win by controlling the ball. Speed up the pressure, and then fight for the goal. In this regard, the Overlord team is really not afraid, and maybe Lu Xiaoshan can complete the record of 30 goals in this game. Chapter 762 The True Origin. In the next 2 days, the training of the Overlord team players did not change much. They still strengthened their running coordination, and kept their formation neat and ready to respond to each other in the crazy and fast running. It was actually very difficult to do this, but the Overlord team played like this all the way. No matter how difficult it was, it would not be that difficult. In this case, the Overlord team was often able to play their best level on the field. The most important thing was that when they played like this, they could get the greatest support from Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. Running is very important in the current classical football game, because relatively speaking, the current personal ability can play a more critical role in the game. However, no matter how strong the players are, they will seem helpless when facing the opponent's multiplayer defense. Therefore, how to use running to make the outstanding players face only one opponent's defense is very important. Only by strengthening running and letting the whole game flow like water, can you give your outstanding players a better chance of winning. This is the world of super strikers and super midfielders, and this is the favorite stage of top attackers. The rise of the Overlord team is not a special case. If a seemingly ordinary team has 1 or 2 top attackers and can fully play them, it is natural for them to achieve good results. However, players like Lucian and Zheng Qi with such excellent attributes, skills and abilities were rare in the past. In the worlds of martial arts novels, although the overall level of the Overlord team is not high, they hold the Heavenly Sword in their left hand and the Dragon-slaying Sword in their right hand. These unstoppable magic weapons are in their hands. As long as they keep the swords in their hands and can accurately hit the opponent, they are invincible. No matter whether it is a sword in the heart without a sword in the hand or everything can be a sword, no matter how profound the martial arts concept is, it can only be regarded as scum in front of such a magic weapon that cuts through everything, so the Overlord team really only needs to play their strengths better, that's enough. For Real Madrid, it is also very unlucky for them to meet the Overlord team. As a team that has suppressed its old rival Barcelona in recent years, Real Madrid's level has reached an extremely high level. In this case, their goal is certainly not just to qualify from the World Cup group stage, although this is already a great honor, but as a national team that is infinitely close to the seeded team, Real Madrid still wants to go further. And their team composition has now reached a peak. The whole team is quite outstanding. There are top players and a team with tacit cooperation in 3 lines. The tactical tacit understanding of the whole team has also reached a peak. Now is the time to produce results. With such a strong team, of course, they must go further in the World Cup, aiming to win the World Cup Championship, or at least, to hit the semi-finals. However, they met the Overlord team, but it can't be blamed for bad luck. If they could suppress Brazil's Santos in the group stage and get the first place in the group, they wouldn't have met a seeded team so early, so Real Madrid no longer has any other ideas, and can only think about fighting a good game with the Overlord team in this game. They are not lacking in offensive ability. In fact, their entire team has strong offensive ability. With the support of Silas, a goalkeeper who can move in a wide range, their formation can often press very high, creating huge pressure on both offenser and defenser. Apart from other things, the 4 players in their back line all have excellent offensive ability. Left back Alba is a player who can play as both a fullback and a winger. His approach of covering the world on the left side has greatly helped him an offenser. Right back Salgado's offensive ability is weaker, but his defensive ability and running ability can greatly support the midfield. The 2 central defenders Ramos and Hero are both tall central defenders who can score goals when setting the ball. They are good at grabbing points and heading. In the midfield, the 3 players of Real Madrid are all players who can attack and defend. Alonso is in a backward position, while Pyri and Michael are in the forward position. However, they often change positions frequently in the game, and the positions of the 3 forwards Bartragino, Gento and Raul are very active. Each of them has excellent scoring ability, and the passing and cooperation between them are also very tacit. In terms of individual ability, the 6 players in their front court can be said to be quite outstanding, not inferior to any top player. Although there are no outstanding players, when these outstanding players can combine to show their strength, they can have extremely strong strength. In fact, even compared with the 3 seeded teams in Europe, Real Madrid's current strength is not bad. There may be a little gap in some places, but in some places it is not inferior at all. If they play 10 games with the 3 seeded teams, they may lose more games, but it is only a 4-6 ratio. With such ability, they will certainly not be afraid of any opponent, at least for Real Madrid, they think so. Of course, they know that the Overlord team has a terrifying scoring ability, but they are also extremely confident in scoring. At the same time, they are also confident that while they're excellent in offense, they also have strong defensive capabilities. Their ball control tactics can allow them to always have a ball possession rate of more than 60%, which means that they can have more offensive times than the opponent in the game. It is not easy to do this. They believe that such tactics will be used even when facing the Overlord team. When the top 16 matches started, many people were paying attention to them. Of course, the top 16 matches were also held at the same time. Fans who supported their own teams would watch the matches of their own teams, while neutral fans would have a headache. With so many strong teams, which one should they watch? However, current technology has solved this problem. When watching the live matches in the stands, fans can also watch other matches through holographic lenses. Of course, being able to watch 8 matches at the same time does not mean that they can appreciate these 8 matches carefully at the same time. After all, they still have to watch the matches by themselves. No matter how advanced the technology is in this regard, there are always things they need to do. Of course, Zheng Qi and his team don't care about this kind of thing. What they care about now is how to defeat their opponents in the game, how to win to the quarterfinals, and then attack the semifinals, the finals, and the championship. The players of the Overlord team naturally would not have any other ideas. Even Zheng Qi and Liu Xiaoshan, at this moment, would only attack the championship and would not think about anything else, even if the championship did not have any economic benefits, even if the two of them were both anonymous. But the attraction of the championship lies in this, not the other additional things that the championship brings. The championship itself is worth fighting for. Defeating all other opponents and standing at the top, such a pursuit represents the unyielding spirit of mankind. It is precisely because of such unyielding that mankind has continued to develop and come to this day. When the game started, countless Chinese and Spanish fans came to the scene of the game. There are at least tens of millions of Chinese fans supporting the Overlord team. Although the number of Spanish fans is not so outrageous, there are always millions of fans. Fans of both sides shouted loudly in the stands to cheer for the teams they support. Although these teams use their own team names and do not seem to represent the country, the national flags attached to the back of the team are enough to prove that they represent not only themselves, but also their country. The players of both teams came out to cheers. When they came out, they were looking at each other. Although they had never competed before, just watching the 3 games of the other team in the World Cup group stage was enough to know the level of the other team. It was obvious that both sides knew that the other team had excellent offensive ability, but both sides were also confident that they could make the game go on at a pace that they were familiar with. At this point, it must be a tit-for-tat situation. Real Madrid's pace was slower, while the Overlord team's pace was very fast. Now it depends on which side can put the game into their own rhythm, so that they can take the initiative in the game and create more opportunities for their side. If you compare this, you will lose. Zheng Qi thought to himself when he shook hands with the other side. The fast-paced tactics of the Overlord team seemed to sound difficult, but in fact it was not difficult at all. The difficult things were done by Zheng Qi and Liu Xiaoshan, which could better cover up the shortcomings of the other Overlord team players who were not good enough. The biggest benefit of pulling the rhythm to the fastest for the Overlord team is that they are not afraid of mistakes. What is there to be afraid of? The ball went back and forth quickly. If I made a mistake, you would make a mistake too. On the court, mistakes are contagious. Real Madrid's ball control tactics look very advanced, but they do not tolerate mistakes. Just thinking about the difference between the two, you will know how big the advantage the Overlord team has. Under such circumstances, it is of course a relatively simple matter for the Overlord team to achieve good results. If they fight with the opponent, they are not afraid of mistakes, so they will be more daring on the court, and there will be no indecisive emotions. With their characteristics, as long as they are in such a state, there will not be too many problems with their performance. In this regard, Real Madrid is of course in a very unfavorable situation when fighting with the Overlord team. This is the reason why Zheng Qi really has confidence. In his opinion, it is simply a very stupid thing for Real Madrid to be unprepared for this. Chapter 763 Patience for the players of the Overlord team, they never thought that their tactics were so great. In fact, their opponents also thought so. After all, the Overlord team's tactics looked very low-level at first glance. They ran fast, strengthened the pressing, and continued to attack. The most common offensive method was long passes. What is this? Such an old and inefficient tactic is very low-end at first glance. This tactic has existed since the sport of football was invented. Almost all opponents facing the Overlord team would think so before the game. In their opinion, such a low-end tactic, no matter how well it performs, how good can it be? It should be a very simple thing for such a team to win. But only after the game did we know that the Overlord team's seemingly simple and crude tactics without technical content were the most difficult to deal with. They are not afraid of mistakes or falling behind. In any situation, they can run, and through crazy running and pressing, they force the opponent to follow their rhythm. Although fast tempo is the most basic tempo, any strong team can be at ease in such a fast tempo, but the Overlord team is different. They can not only be fast, but also improve faster, so fast that the opponent can't adapt to the situation, and they can keep themselves in a state of non-chaos, which can give the opponent a strong blow. If you don't experience this kind of thing in person, you really can't feel it, and now the Overlord team can obviously give the opponent such pressure, but before playing with them, you can't feel it. This characteristic is very pipful, and it can even be said to be very pipful, but for the Overlord team, they are happy to see it happen. When the game started, Real Madrid was full of confidence. Their level of ball control was quite strong. For them, as long as the ball was at their feet, they would not be pulled up by the opponent's rhythm. So when they had the ball at their feet and saw the Overlord team's players rushing over aggressively, they had no fluctuations in their hearts, and even wanted to laugh a little. Do you want us to lose the ball with such a pressing? We can do it against Milan, but our ball control and support level is a level higher than Milan. The pressing that works for them may not work for us. With such confidence, they began to pass the ball in the back court. Each of them ran very actively and tacitly, and their footwork was not bad. There were teammates around them at any time to support them. They could also control the ball during the opponent's pressing, making the pass more stable. If it was in the front court, it might be a bit difficult, but in the back court, there was nothing to be afraid of. After all, they had enough space in the back court. The larger the space, the easier it would be to pass the ball. At the beginning, they did it. Facing the pressing of the overlord team, they still controlled the ball in the back court with ease. Such situations often occurred. Alba passed the ball to Hero, Hero passed it to Alonso in front, Alonso passed it to Salgado on the right, Salgado passed it horizontally to Ramos, Ramos passed it directly to Michael in front. Such passing was very smooth. Although the overlord team pressed individually, they still found gaps to pass the ball. Their pressing is still very fierce. Don't rush to the front court. When we get to the front court, our gaps will become smaller and the difficulty of passing will increase. First adapt to their pressing and make them discouraged. After passing the ball around, Alonso, as the core of the midfield, immediately found the problem and passed on his instructions. There is no absolute core in the composition of Spain. Alba on the left is the focus of the wing attack, Raul on the striker is the shooter with the most outstanding shooting ability, and in the midfield, all three of them have the level of midfield core, but Alonso has the most accurate vision and the most correct judgment. The arrangements he makes are often seriously implemented by others. So after Alonso said this, the players of Real Madrid immediately began to execute patiently. They kept passing and looking for opportunities. For them, in such a game, it is normal to pass for more than 10 minutes to find an opportunity. They are not in a hurry. Since the opponent is pressing fiercely now, it is reasonable to pass more in the back court, adapt to the opponent's pressing, and then let the opponent's sharpness fade away before launching an attack. You know, if you can't get the ball in such a crazy pressing, it is a very frustrating thing. No one will think there is anything wrong with hard work, but if the hard work is not rewarded, it is easy to feel discouraged. Now the players of Real Madrid just want to discourage the players of the overlord team. To some extent, they did it. Under the pressure of the overlord team, they passed the ball back and forth in the back court for 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, the overlord team's players almost did not stop running and pressing, but they still did not touch the ball once. Real Madrid's passing ability can be seen. 5 minutes of crazy running without even touching the ball is undoubtedly a shameful practice for any team. The overlord team's players are no exception. They are all very angry, but their anger seems to be somewhat helpless in the current situation. This is the case on the football field. When you perform poorly, no matter how angry you are, no one will care. Instead, they will laugh at your helplessness. For the overlord team's players, they have been smooth sailing in recent games and have never encountered such a situation. Now they have encountered such a shameful situation. It is impossible to suppress their anger. In fact, it seems to be the case. They are still running hard, but it is obvious that their running pace has become a little chaotic. Don't worry, they may not be so chaotic. Maybe it's a trap to attract us to attack forward. Alonso said in the team channel. Look, although their running is now less targeted than before, relatively speaking, when facing our attack, their defense in the middle is still no problem. The mistakes on the wing are not enough to cause a huge gap in their defense, which means it is likely a trap. Alonso's analysis made the Real Madrid players nod their heads. This is a very natural thing. The overlord team is not stupid. How could they reveal such a big flaw for no reason? There is only one possibility, that is, they want to use this to dig a pit for themselves, and then take advantage of the situation to successfully steal the ball. At least they have to score the first goal to break the situation on the field, so that they can better regain the rhythm. Knowing that the overlord team may have such an idea, the Real Madrid players are more confident and experienced when passing. They began to pass the ball patiently, waiting for the moment when the overlord team's patience really disappeared. At the time, it was time for them to launch a counter-attack. The Chinese fans in the stands were very anxious, because the overlord team was doing a really good job in pressing, but they still couldn't grab the opponent's ball. Even the three forwards were targeting the Real Madrid defenders one by one in the front court. Wasn't this performance hard enough? But such hard work didn't get enough rewards. Such a blow was obviously unbearable. The players on both sides knew this very well. If this continued, the mood of the overlord team would definitely be greatly affected. In the observations of Alonso and others, the panic of the overlord team had begun to spread from the wing to the middle. Such panic can't be faked. You must know that the fierce pressing in the front court also requires overall cooperation, otherwise you can't grab the ball no matter how hard you run. The previous pressing of the Overlord team was not a blind pressing, but a highly targeted overall cooperative pressing. If it weren't for the accurate transmission and tacit cooperation of the Real Madrid players, it would be almost a matter of minutes to be pressed and unable to control the ball. Now, the Overlord's pressing is definitely not that tight, and they are gradually showing more and more flaws, including in the middle. Now is the right time to launch an attack. Real Madrid has been waiting for this for a long time. After all, such continuous passing consumes a lot of their energy. If they are not well prepared in this regard, then even if there is an opportunity, they will not seize it. This causes them to consume a lot of energy. When the opponent reveals a flaw, of course they need to launch an attack, then tear open the opponent's defense line, score a goal, and take the initiative in the entire game. Alonso received the ball in the middle again. Before receiving the ball, he had observed that although the two central defenders of the Overlord's back line were still defending near the center circle, the people in other positions were already closer, which means that there are only two defenders in the back position of the opponent now, and in the running just now, the three forwards of Real Madrid have moved forward secretly, which is a good opportunity to pass the ball. Zheng Qi is moving to defend from the front, but with his speed, it is too late to block his pass. Alonso immediately raised his foot and passed the ball forward. When he passed the ball, he had already considered the next attack method. If he passed the ball directly to Raul in the middle, Raul would be able to attract the attention of a defender. But Trajano and Gento, who were advancing on both wings, would definitely have one person unguarded. His calculations came to an abrupt end the next moment the ball was passed. When the ball just flew out, Zheng Qi jumped up and almost appeared on the flight path of the ball, and kicked the ball out in the air. When Zheng Qi barely appeared in that position and kicked the ball out with great difficulty, Alonso's mind immediately went blank. Chapter 764 Who is afraid of whom? For a midfielder like Alonso, he believed that there would be no problem in his calculations. He had watched Zheng Qi's previous games, and in the first few minutes of this game, he also carefully observed Zheng Qi's movements. With Zheng Qi's speed, he might be able to catch up, but with the jumping abilities Zheng Qi showed before, how could he steal the ball at such a height? Of course, he could jump very high when jumping from the spot, but this was a sprint from a long distance, and he could only jump hastily. With the quality of Zheng Qi observed by Alonso, he should not be able to do this. Then he immediately reacted. Zheng Qi had just suppressed his running and jumping. Otherwise, there was absolutely no other reason to explain it. But even if he figured it out, it was useless. The ball kicked out by Zheng Qi in the air accurately fell to the front of the penalty area near the middle. Originally, Real Madrid was passing the ball back and forth in their own half. They were not far from the goal, and now they were preparing to participate in the counter-attack. You have to know that even if Real Madrid's attack was a counter-attack, there would be many people advancing. After all, if a counter-attack failed, they could still switch to a positional battle. How to control the ball under their feet for a long time was the essence of their ball control tactics. But the ball was cut off midway and flew directly to the front of the penalty area. Zheng Qi's hastily kicked the ball in the air was not a wonderful pass, nor an excellent attack, but it landed in a critical position. Lucian might be the only one who knew that Zheng Qi would do this, so he had already begun to prepare for it. When Zheng Qi kicked the ball out, he rushed to the landing point of the ball like a tiger. He got Zheng Qi's pass before everyone else, and then took the ball and entered the penalty area. At this time, the two Real Madrid central defenders reacted, but of course it was too late. Silas jumped out like a tiger descending from a mountain. He was a goalkeeper with a wide range of activities and a quick reaction. However, in such a situation, even the best goalkeeper would seem helpless. Silas was helpless now. Lucian did not bother with him for much. He knocked him to the ground with a realistic fake shot, and then easily pushed the ball into the empty goal. 1-0. The Overlord team had played for more than 7 minutes so far, and had only touched the ball twice, but these two touches resulted in a goal. The Chinese fans who were still worried before suddenly burst into huge cheers. The fans from Spain were speechless. They had been expecting a wonderful counter-attack or overall advancement, but the opponent scored a goal like this. This rapid change was not something that could be easily tolerated. Even if the Spanish fans had a good mentality, they were hit hard at this time. And the players of Real Madrid were hit harder than them. They thought everything was under control, but they found that what they had under control was nothing. The Overlords didn't touch the ball for such a long time, and even the panic during the pressing had dug a pit for them, and they jumped into it without noticing. Just thinking about this kind of thing, you will know how depressing it is. It's not easy for them to grab the ball from our feet, so they set such a trap for us. We should not fall for it. Hero said in the team channel. But if we continue to pass the ball like this, we won't have much chance. Alonso shook his head. That Yuan's thong suppressed his strength when running before. If his running can be more targeted, it will be more difficult for us to control the ball, and we can't have such perfect control of the ball now. Alonso's words made the Real Madrid players quiet down. Of course, they knew this. When the game just started, they were in the best condition and most focused. At this time, the effect of controlling the ball was the best, so they could boldly pass the ball back in their own half, interrupting the opponent's offensive rhythm in this case, thereby undermining the opponent's confidence. In the next control of the ball, there would be no problem if there were any flaws. From a strategic point of view, this set of tactics after the opening can be said to be very well thought out, but the premise is that they can make the opponent feel irritable when they can't touch the ball, and then score a goal, thereby undermining the opponent's confidence, which is considered successful. They did the first one, but the second one was far from being able to do it. In this case, the goal they wanted to achieve can be said to have failed. What should they do next? We passed the ball in the back court, and they pressed forward to press. There was a lot of space in the back court, and we could quickly hit their half. We still have an advantage when the forwards are against the defenders. Alonso said this with difficulty. The others still didn't speak. Everyone can think of this, and they also believe that they will definitely score a goal if they play this way, but what happens after doing this? That means that their game rhythm still needs to be accelerated, and they should give up their accustomed slow rhythm and follow that fast rhythm of the Overlord team. This is certainly not an easy way to go, but it is the only way. Thinking of this, the players of Real Madrid were depressed. They finally knew why Milan would follow the opponent's offensive rhythm. There was nothing they could do about it. Without really facing the pressing and attacking of the Overlord team, it is really unexpected that the Overlord team can always control the rhythm under their feet by relying on such pressing. Of course, they can continue to slowly pass the ball to slow down the rhythm, but the opponent's pressing speed will not slow down. While they are running and pressing frantically, the flaws in the backcourt are indeed very large and easy to catch, but they don't care about this at all. All tactics have flaws, but when such flaws do not affect their fundamentals, then they can't be called flaws at all. Attack, compete with them and score in goals. Real made up his mind. Their striker has scored 24 goals, but Ragino said helplessly. Is this something we need to consider now? Gento shook his head. After all, we still have to strive for victory. The players of Real Madrid lamented in their hearts. Yes, they all understand the truth, but they can't do it. This is the most helpless thing. No matter how much they pay attention to other things, they must first play for victory. This is something that no one can avoid. As for the players of the Overlord team, they just celebrated and waited for the kickoff. Keep pressing and see if they can keep passing the ball. Zheng Qi laughed in the team channel. The other players of the Overlord team were full of admiration. No wonder this guy said that the opponent was just okay. It turned out that he had already thought of a way to deal with Real Madrid. The other players of the Overlord team were indeed a little irritable before, but after this goal, they immediately calmed down completely. What's the use of you having more ball control? We seize an opportunity, that's a goal. So, after the kickoff, they immediately launched a crazy pressing. After Real Madrid passed the ball several times in the backcourt, Alonso, who had the ball, immediately found a flaw in the opponent's defensa. It was not a big flaw, but it was a flaw that could launch an attack. So he decisively sent a long pass before Zheng Qi came up. This time Zheng Qi couldn't steal the ball, and the ball fell accurately at the feet of Raul in front. Raul quickly passed the ball to the wing without stopping the ball, and then moved forward himself. After Gento got the ball from the side, he started to break through. He first pretended to force a breakthrough from the side, then quickly cut inside. Raul ran horizontally in the middle and attracted Wanshu. But Ragino, who had changed his position, received Gento's cross pass and forced a breakthrough. After attracting Xiang Zhuang's attention, he cleverly played the ball with his heel. Pirate, who was advancing, rushed into the penalty area before Yinggu's defensor, and then quickly kicked the ball. Fan Zheng couldn't save it. This goal made the Spanish fans cheer loudly. After all, this goal was in line with their aesthetics. The mutual passing and running involved, and then through continuous passing to tear open the opponent's defense and score a goal. The players of Real Madrid were not particularly happy. This kind of attack was originally within their expectations. You know, although they are good at controlling the ball, it doesn't mean that they can only play slow-paced attacks. In fact, the essence of controlling the ball is not only passing, but also suddenly launching an attack is also a key link. The attack at that moment is played very quickly, so there is no problem for them to play a fast and steady attack. But the opponent is obviously more familiar with this kind of attack. Can they score more goals than the opponent in a fast confrontation? This is really something that makes them feel uncertain. The next reaction of the Overlord team's players made them more certain of this. After losing the ball, the Overlord team's players seemed to have no reaction at all. They just stood at the kickoff point quickly, waiting for the game to start again. Such a calm approach made Real Madrid feel that the opponent really didn't care about the loss of the ball, but cared about the next attack. Now we are not without opportunities, use offensive to solve them. Our offensive level is also very good. We are never afraid of any opponent. Raul said in the team channel. Of course, we can't be discouraged when we meet on a narrow road. Anyway, even if it is a head-on attack, Real Madrid is not without this ability. They can even be considered good at it. Since the ball control tactics are not good, let's have a quick attack and defensive battle to see who is afraid of whom. Raul, who said this, seemed to forget that the opponents of the Overlord team might have thought so before, but in the end they were not able to win. Si es escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga en y subieron sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 765 What they are used to. In fact, it is not necessarily that Raul forgot. But in this situation, they can only do this. Since they can only do it in the rhythm that the opponent is familiar with, they certainly cannot think about things that are not conducive to their confidence. Even if they know that there is a trap ahead, they have to jump when there is no other way. After all, if they don't jump over, it will be a dead end. If they jump, they may bump into a way to survive. This is the reason for the game, and it is often the same at any other time. The Overlord team launched a fierce attack. They didn't have any other ideas. In short, after getting the ball, they just attacked. There is nothing else to say. After receiving the pass from his teammates, Zheng Qi began to dribble forward. Of course, the Real Madrid players would not relax their defense against him as the core of the midfield. They quickly pressed over, hoping to make the Overlord team make mistakes in the offensive through continuous pressing. However, although the efficiency of this attack is not high, it is a bit presumptuous to let them make mistakes. Since they are used to such tactics and can always suppress their opponents through goals and fast attacks, they will certainly not panic under the opponent's pressure. Such tactics are actually simple to say, but it is difficult to do well. The key to the Overlord team's ability to do this lies in Zheng Qi and Lucian. Zheng Qi can always meet the most difficult teammates and let them pass the ball, so that the Overlord team will not have any problems when they attack quickly, while Lucian is responsible for the finishing. No matter how many passes are made, they must eventually form a threat before they can score. With these two people, the Overlord team has improved the simple fast attack and defense tactics to a point that no one can crack, which is of course something worth understanding. For the Overlord team, they are not worried about these 2 points, which makes them more confident and at ease in the game. With enough confidence, the state in the game will not be too bad. After continuous passing, Zheng Qi got the ball in the 30-meter area. Alonso and Pyra double-teamed him at the same time. Although double-teaming seemed useless, they could not relax their supervision of such a good player. Sure enough, before the two of them were about to form a double-team, Zheng Qi accurately passed the ball. The ball flew to the feet of Yingbu, who was advancing. Yingbu passed the ball to Lucian, who was at the front of the penalty area, without stopping. Lucian took the ball with his back to the goal. Ba Wang and Long Qi began to move into the penalty area from both wings. The Ba Wang team was already familiar with such tactics. Lucian could grab the ball himself or make the last pass. In the Ba Wang team's offensive, Lucian's goals were often assisted by Zheng Qi, while other people's goals were often assisted by Lucian. Real Madrid's defenders naturally did not dare to relax their defense against Ba Wang and Long Qi. Ramos and the retreating Salgado followed Ba Wang and Long Qi, while Hero defended Lucian from behind to interrupt the Ba Wang team's offensive rhythm. Lucian did not pass the ball, but pushed the ball to the side, then turned and broke through. In the close confrontation, Lucian's strength was fully exerted, and Hero was suppressed by his strength. After Lucian successfully turned around, he saw that a shooting gap had flashed, and immediately kicked the ball. The suddenness, strength, and angle of the turn shot on the penalty area line were perfect. Although Silas had amazing reaction and excellent save skills, it was still too late to react when he saw the ball flying over. When he jumped up, the ball had already flown past his hand and accurately flew into the blind spot of the goal. 2-1, the Overlord team took the lead again. 25 goals. Chen Fengxiao has officially become the third in history. He is now only 1 goal away from the record of the Bomber, and only 3 goals away from the record of Ronaldo. What a terrible shooter. Even Ronaldo and the Bomber have never hit such a high scoring rate. This is only his 4th game. Now there is almost no suspense about him tying and breaking the record. Now it depends on how far he can expand the record. Lu Xiaoshan waved his fist, high-fived his teammates to celebrate, and then returned to his own half. Lu Xiaoshan never doubted whether he could break the record, but he knew that Zheng Qi really helped him a lot, constantly feeding him the ball, and he could score a goal, but he couldn't. Lu Xiaoshan knew what Zheng Qi was doing. First, it was to support him, and secondly, it was to dig a hole for the next game. Now those strong teams must be concentrating on preparing to deal with his goal-scoring ability, and Zheng Qi's forbearance and preparation in so many games will be fully demonstrated in the knockout rounds later. Next, I have to help Zheng Qi score goals. With me attracting attention, how many times can that guy score? Lu Xiaoshan thought to himself. He was also very interested in this question. After all, he had only watched the game videos of Zheng Qi's scoring ability before, and had not personally experienced it on the court. Now that he has attracted all the attention, no matter how strong the opponent is, it is impossible for him to remain indifferent to him. Most of the top teams have studied all of his characteristics thoroughly, just waiting to restrict him in that game. When the time comes, I will distract the attention again, and Zheng Qi will burst out his scoring ability again. How many goals can this guy score in a game? Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoshan found that he began to get a little excited. He began to look forward to the arrival of that scene. Of course, if he wants to wait for the scene to appear, he must win this game first. In this game, I want to break the record. Real Madrid can't stop me. Lu Xiaoshan thought to himself that if he scored a few more goals, he could break the record. Besides, Real Madrid's defense was not very good. They were also good at attacking. In the next game, Lu Xiaoshan was fully confident that he could break the record. In this way, in the next knockout game, he could repay Zheng Qi wholeheartedly. Lu Xiaoshan didn't like to owe favors to others. Maybe in Zheng Qi's eyes, what he did during this period was his duty, but in Lu Xiaoshan's eyes, he really accepted Zheng Qi's huge favor during this period. If you accept favors from others, you have to pay them back. This is Lu Xiaoshan's habit, but he won't show it directly. He will only tell himself that he should do it this way. Then in this game, he has to score a few more goals and break the record first, so that he can help Zheng Qi wholeheartedly. Real Madrid launched a counter-attack, and the Overlord team continued to launch a crazy pressing in the midfield. Well, they really did this from beginning to end, and this one move made everyone feel helpless. The players of Real Madrid were feeling aggrieved at the moment. They finally understood what Milan was feeling before. They could play defense and control the ball, but they had to speed up the pace to attack. Although they had excellent defensive players, their players were better at quick counter-attacks or surprise attacks. They were not incapable of such offensive battles, but it was not what they were best at. It was like using cavalry to attack a city or using infantry to attack like cavalry. It might have a certain effect, but it was a disadvantage after all. Fortunately, football games were not wars after all. Even if they were not particularly good at playing in a way, there would still be some effect. Real Madrid had dominated Spain for several consecutive years. Their players were of high level, and each player was very good at attacking. Otherwise, they would not use the ball control tactics. Now they were playing faster than before, so they would not be at a loss. They also had strong ability in attacking. Alba's forward assists on the left were excellent in themselves. In addition, the 6 players in the front court were all excellent players with excellent cooperation and personal abilities. When they started to attack, they always had good results. Under the crazy pressing of the Overlord team, they quickly hit the ball to the front court, and then passed it continuously. Under the crazy pressing of the Overlord team, they still maintained a high passing success rate. Sometimes, if they were pressed too hard in the front position, they would pass the ball back and reorganize the attack. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for the Overlord team to rush to the front court and press again. After a relatively cumbersome pass, Real Madrid played a wonderful cooperation. Alonso passed the ball to the front after taking it. Raul took the ball and passed it back. Alonso took the ball again. Gento inserted diagonally into the penalty area, but Trajano ran to the right side of the penalty area to make a response, but Alonso passed the ball directly to Pyra, who came up to respond. Pyra kicked the ball to the left side of the penalty area the first time, and Alba, who inserted at high speed, got the ball and passed Zheng. Before Wanshu made up for it, he resolutely kicked and shot. The ball flew upwards diagonally, flew over Fanzinger's head, then hit the bottom of the crossbar, changed direction and fell into the goal of the Overlord team, tying the score 2-2. It's a beautiful cooperation, and the forward and backward transfers are very timely. Their strong attack ability is really not bad. Overlord side in the penalty area. Well, but their passing is still very dangerous. As long as we steal the ball, we can score a goal with one hit. Zheng Qi replied. Others nodded one after another. This is a very natural thing. The more complicated the attack, the easier it is to be destroyed. And the ball control attack, the overall pressure, the distance between the three lines is very close. Once the ball is lost, it is easy to be penetrated by speed. Isn't that how Lucian scored the first goal? Facing such an attack, they don't worry about not being able to score a lot of goals. In the end, the game will return to the game where they are used to scoring a lot of goals. Chapter 766. A matter of time. The Overlord team seem to have overlooked one thing, that is, their attack. The success rate is not very high. Their fast attack basically does not slow down the rhythm. They try to shoot once when they see an opportunity, and if they can continue to control the ball after the shot fails, they will kick their feet to attack again. If the opponent controls the ball, they will quickly return to defense or press on the spot, forcing the opponent to speed up the rhythm. With such tactics, you can't expect to score every time you attack. You rely on a large number of attacks to bring a large number of goals, but in the World Cup, after Lucian opened fire, his ability to seize opportunities was too strong, which made their attack very threatening. In fact, they all knew that in the next game, Lucian would not have such an opportunity. The opponent they faced was stronger, and after so many games, the opponent would be more familiar with the Overlord team, and there would be no time to adapt. In the next attack, the Overlord team failed to score. Lucian's header in the penalty area was not able to hit the right spot due to the opponent's interference. The ball hit the crossbar and bounced back into the penalty area. Zheng Qi was a step slower in following up the shot, and Hero immediately cleared the ball with a big kick. The ball flew to the front court. The Overlord team's players had a certain advantage in height, because the three forwards of the opponent were of average height, only about 1.8 meters, shorter than the two central defenders of the Overlord team. However, sometimes grabbing points is not based on height. Raul headed the ball down in front of Wanshu, followed by Pirate, and then quickly split the ball. After receiving the ball, Gento quickly moved forward and started his own fast breakthrough on the wing. Gento is the fastest of the three forwards in Real Madrid. Although their speeds are similar now, there is still a difference in the speed of dribbling forward. When he moved forward quickly, although Uziki had quickly returned to defensa, he was still a little short. When Gento sprinted, the players of Real Madrid and Overlord team also began to follow up and return to defensa. Gento rushed to the place parallel to the penalty area line, and then passed the ball horizontally. But Trajano followed up and received the ball, then passed it back. Michael, who was advancing, received the ball. Raul had already inserted into the penalty area at this moment. His forward insertion attracted the attention of other members of Overlord team. Michael was temporarily unguarded. In this situation, Michael resolutely kicked a long shot, a wonderful spinning ball. The ball flew into the sky quickly, then fell quickly and plunged into the goal of Overlord team. 3-2, Real Madrid overtook the score, and it was completed through a beautiful quick counter-attack. This made the fans of Overlord team a little stunned. Although they lost a lot of balls, they were scored by the opponent's quick counter-attack. This kind of thing is still rare, and the fans of Real Madrid shouted loudly, "See, even if we can't play ball control often, sir, quick counter-attacks can still kill you. You are careless. Don't forget that we have a strategic advantage, which only increases our chances of winning, not that we can definitely win. We made a mistake in defense, sir, everyone," Zheng Qi said in the team channel. The defenders of the Overlord team were a little ashamed. They did make some mistakes before. In the confrontation, they did not manage to defeat the opponent, but revealed some flaws, especially when Michael had the ball. No one went up to interfere with him. Not to mention that the opponent would shoot a spinning ball, even if the chance was not high. It was a very simple thing to shoot an extremely good long shot without defensa. In the current classical football, no one defends and someone defends. That is absolutely different. Without defender, any player who has played football for a long time may shoot a long shot that threatens the goal from a long distance. In such a game, leaving the opponent's ball player without defender is definitely a very low-level mistake. Pay attention next, we attack. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Although he lost the leading advantage that he had built up for a long time before, he didn't care. Everyone in the Overlord team knew that this kind of leading advantage was actually not very meaningful for leading. The significance was to force Real Madrid to rush out and confront them, which was the most critical point. They quickly launched an attack, still attacking quickly, constantly passing, and once they saw an opportunity, they shot decisively. Soon, they completed a shot. After receiving the return pass from the Overlord, Zheng Qi shot a shot, which was barely saved by Silas. The ball flew to the side, and Zheng got the ball in front of Salgado, and then passed the ball back. The Overlord team launched another attack. Okay, let's continue to attack, don't be anxious. Zheng Qi ran over to receive the ball, and then shouted. Not being anxious does not mean that the rhythm will slow down. For the Overlord team, they can treat it with a normal mentality, but the offensive rhythm of the game must not be slow. As for this point, Real Madrid is not too familiar with it, so when they saw that the Overlord team's attack failed this time, and Zheng Qi raised his right hand again to signal everyone to be patient, they unconsciously relaxed and prepared to deal with the next attack. As a result, the Overlord team immediately launched a rapid and fierce attack. After raising his hand, Zheng Qi quickly passed the ball and passed it directly to the side. After Zheng received the ball, he kicked it directly and passed it to the penalty area at a high speed. Lucian grabbed the first landing point at the first time. This position was not very good, far from the goal, and the angle was relatively biased, so he immediately passed the ball out. The defenders of Real Madrid were just about to rush towards him when they saw him pass the ball out. The following Overlord missed the ball, and Zheng Qi at the back point met the ball and shot directly. Silas, who was shaken 3 times in a row, could not react again even if he reacted quickly. When he saved the ball had already whizzed into the goal. Beautiful, just play like this. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said. They are not afraid of failure in attack. As long as they can keep attacking, they will definitely score. In addition to Lucian, they actually have quite a few players who can score. Of course, there are even more players in Real Madrid who can score goals. Under the pressure of the Overlord team, Real Madrid immediately launched an attack. They continued to attack with fast passes, constantly looking for opportunities to score. The defender of the Overlord team did not make any mistakes this time. When the opponent passed the ball back to control it, they would immediately rush to interfere. In short, they did not let the opponent slow down the rhythm, even if doing so would expose huge flaws in their backline. This is an overall pursuit, not just the gains and losses of a certain ball. Seeing that the team passed the ball back, the opponent actually pressed forward to grab the ball as a whole, which surprised everyone in Real Madrid. Are these guys crazy? In this case, they still pressed forward. Is it because they think the gap in their backcourt is not big enough? In this case, of course, they would not think too much, but quickly launched an attack, which also played a very good effect. Alonso passed the ball directly behind the Overlord team's defense line. Gento rushed in at high speed and got the ball in front of Zheng, then passed the ball to Raul, who was following up. Raul dribbled the ball horizontally and seemed to be ready to take a long shot at the front of the penalty area, but he quickly stopped and attracted the attention of most of the Overlord team's defenders, and then passed the ball back. This was beyond the expectations of the Overlord team's defenders. After passing the ball, Gento was very careful to keep himself in an offside position, and only when Raul passed the ball did he quickly move forward, a beautiful offside. Raul's pass accurately fell in front of Gento, who took advantage of the situation to move the ball forward, and then quickly kicked and shot at the attacking Zheng Qi, and the ball went into the net 4 times. However, only 5 minutes later, the Overlord team's attack worked again. They didn't have so many attacking points, but Lucian alone was difficult to deal with. After another continuous pass, they sent the ball to the front court. After one attack failed, they launched another attack after controlling the ball. After another attack failed, they launched another attack after controlling the ball. Like the waves, one wave after another, as long as they are not interrupted, they will never stop. Real Madrid actually paid attention to blocking the opponent's attack and controlling the ball. However, the offensive pressure created by the Overlord team was indeed too great. In this case, they could only hastily clear the ball many times, and then the Overlord team with superior forces on the periphery kept getting the ball, and then launched another attack. Lucian rushed around in the penalty area, and with the addition of an Overlord who was also rushing around in the penalty area, it was enough to attract enough attention from Real Madrid. In this case, the Overlord team's attack was able to create great pressure every time, making the players of Real Madrid bear more and more pressure. Pressure can be accumulated, almost everyone knows this. Under the situation of continuous accumulation of pressure, if you want to continue to persevere, you can only rely on fate. Lucian's third goal did not make Chinese fans wait for long. Zheng Qi made a forward run and quickly passed the ball to Long Qi after receiving it. Long Qi pretended to break through, but passed the ball to Ba Wang who was on the side. Ba Wang passed the ball to the middle of the penalty area again. Lucian made a forward run and suppressed Hero with his body. Before Ramos could steal the ball, he took the lead and shot in front of the goal. Silas had no reaction to this very fast goal, and the score was 4-4. 26 goals. Chen Fengxiao tied the record of the bomber. There are still 2 goals left to tie Ronaldo's record. Now only half an hour has passed in the first half. Now it seems that it is only a matter of time before he ties or even breaks the record, the European commentator said in a tone of grief. The European pride and European record were tied by a Chinese player. However, the commentators from South America must have the most complicated feelings now, because their great record is about to be caught up. Chapter 767. No place for use. In fact, Ronaldo's record did not last long. When the whistle sounded at the end of the first half, the South American fans who were watching the game had nothing to say, because in the remaining 10 minutes, the Overlord team tried every way to feed the ball to Lucian, and Lucian tried every way to score. 2 goals in 15 minutes was not a difficult thing for Lucian to accomplish, and being able to score 2 goals in such an environment was enough to prove his strength. The final score of the first half was 6-6. Both sides scored a lot of goals, but it showed a huge difference in the styles of the 2 sides. Lucian scored 5 of the 6 goals of the Overlord team, and the way of each goal was different. There were points in the penalty area, long shots outside the penalty area, and goals after breaking into the penalty area, which fully demonstrated his comprehensive scoring ability. The 6 goals of Real Madrid came from 6 different players: Pieri, Michael, Alba, Raul, Gento, Butragino. Although they came from 6 different players, the same thing is that they all scored by tearing open the door of the Overlord team after continuous passing. The same large number of goals, 2 different styles, and a tie in the first half. However, Real Madrid was not too happy. In the mutual attack, both sides wasted a lot of opportunities, but when they were able to better carry out targeted defense, the opponent's goals were still the same as theirs, which was enough to prove that the Overlord team was indeed better in offense. What's more, the Overlord team attacked more times in the first half, and they were always constantly pressuring and constantly putting more pressure on Real Madrid. In this case, the defenders of Real Madrid overdrew more than the defenders of the Overlord team, and also underwent more pressure and consumption. This is not a good thing. For the players, even if they will not suffer any physical loss, their energy and mental endurance will always have limits, especially for the defenders. In today's classical football, it is relatively easier to attack, and it is more necessary to defend in all aspects, so the defenders are relatively more stressed and cannot make mistakes. Although the attackers can also help with defense, most of the time, all the pressure is on the defenders. A game is only 90 minutes long, so it is not difficult to hold on. However, in reality, it is difficult to hold on for 90 minutes under such continuous pressure from the opponent. Of course, the halftime break can give them a break, but how long can they hold on after the start of the second half? If the defense line cannot hold on for too long, it will of course affect the offense even more. Although the score is a draw now, the situation is already quite unfavorable for Real Madrid. This scene is common in the Overlord team's games. Their fast attack and defense are not as simple as scoring goals frequently. In the back and forth impact and constant pressure, the opponent's back line is under great pressure, so that more flaws will appear in the second half. This is the ultimate goal of the Overlord team's tactics. In fact, they score more goals in the second half of almost every game, which is not unreasonable. Many people can see this, but being able to see it does not mean that it can be cracked. Because this is a standard conspiracy, people are constantly attacking your defense in the first half, and you can't prevent them from attacking your defense, then you can't avoid the defender's state declining in the second half. It's not that the opponent has never made such efforts, such as controlling the ball, such as slowing down the offensive rhythm, but such efforts are often completely unsuccessful under the crazy attack of the Overlord team. If you can't control the fast attack rhythm of the Overlord team, you can only bear the constant impact of the Overlord team, and you have to bear the consequences of the decline in the state of the defenders in the second half. These are all complementary things. Even if you understand, if you can't achieve results at the source, you will be completely powerless to do anything about what happens later. Now Real Madrid is like this. They are very clear about the situation they are facing, but there is no other way. The only way now is to strengthen the offense. The defenders have consumed a lot and sacrificed a lot. Now it's time for our offensive players to make their due sacrifices. Raul waved his fist and said decisively. The other players of Real Madrid looked at each other. In fact, they had done a good job in the offensive in the first half. Didn't you see that they still scored the same goal when the number of attacks was obviously less than that of the opponent? It's just that the opponent can always find a second attack opportunity when attacking and constantly launch an attack. When we are attacking, we should also pay attention to controlling the ball landing point. In the case of a failed attack, we can take the ball again and organize a second attack. The more times we attack, the fewer times they attack, and the less pressure on our defense line. Do you understand? Gento added. The players of Real Madrid are very clear about this. This is a very basic truth. However, the defense of the Overlord team is not particularly good. At least 4 of their 6 goals in the first half were scored in one attack, without the need for a second attack. So in fact, in terms of offense, the Overlord team's overdraft is often higher, because their offensive efficiency is not good, and they often have to make several second attacks to score goals. However, this approach allows them to suppress the opponent's offense more and put the opponent's defenders under great pressure. Between offense and defense, offense does not actually consume much energy, especially in the Overlord team, where other people are assisting in the offense and the main attack is completed by 2 people. Others don't consume much energy at all, and they just run to support the offense. What a perverted team. After understanding this, Real Madrid exclaimed in unison. But no matter how perverted the opponent is, they will have to fight hard in the next 45 minutes. The opponent certainly has a super shooter who can score goals, but they also have a strong and comprehensive firepower line. Although in this regard, no matter how many scorers there are, it will not affect the threat of each attack. At least, when attacking, it will not put them under much pressure. Just fight, 6-2. 6 inches the first half, and score more goals in the second half, at least, 1 more than the opponent. This is their goal, and of course it is also that goal of the Overlord team. Congratulations to our shout brother for tying the record. The second half is to break the record, but in the first half, the opponent's defenders must have consumed a lot of energy under our impact. It is not difficult to score. Everyone takes turns to go to the penalty area to grab points. In short, score as many goals as possible, tear open their defense line with a large number of goals, and then we will enter the quarterfinals. Zheng Qi waved his fist in the locker room and said. The players of the Overlord team waved their fists and shouted. They had no doubt about this. When their offense is smooth, no team will be their opponent. Such confidence is of course very rare, and the Overlord team is not blindly confident. They have long known from the analysis of Zheng Qi and Lucian that as long as they can continuously launch attacks, they can gradually reduce the state of the opponent's defenders. When they are used to such attacks, the second half of the attack will score more goals than the first half. In terms of offense, the first half of this game was much smoother than usual. After Real Madrid's ball possession tactics were cracked, they could only play against the Overlord team. In this way, the Overlord team got more offensive opportunities. And being able to grab the ball and relaunch a second attack before scoring almost every time is enough to prove that the level of the Overlord team is getting better and better. If you want to continuously launch a second attack, you have to have a better performance in interception. The Overlord team's players used to have a poor balance between offense and interception, and often couldn't keep the continuous attack going. In this first half, they performed better. With such an example in front of them, they will certainly be more confident. Well, the opponent is not a weak team, but their characteristics are not what we are worried about, so continue to attack, press them when defending, so that they can't attack easily, and pay attention to the control of the second attack when attacking. As long as we grasp these 2 points, the victory of this game will definitely belong to us. Zheng Qi said this at the end. In fact, he didn't need to emphasize it. The players of the Overlord team now feel that they are not far from victory in this game. Of course, even if it is not far, they still need to work hard for it, instead of waiting for victory to fall from the sky. The halftime break passed quickly. In fact, for that current classical football players, they don't need these 20 minutes to recover their physical strength. However, this rule is retained not only because everyone is used to it, but also because in these 20 minutes, the players can discuss the tactics of the second half of the game, and at the same time, they can relax their minds and contribute a better game in the second half. From this perspective, the halftime break is really necessary. Even if the body does not need to rest, the brain needs to rest. What's more, there are no substitutes in the current classical football, and it all depends on 11 people to do everything. Without substitute players, tactical changes can't be reflected well. The experience I gained from past professional games is simply useless. Zheng Qi sighed in his heart. Chapter 768. The overall situation has been decided. When the players of Overlord team came on the field, they were full of confidence. The players of Real Madrid also came on the field with a common hatred of the enemy. The knockout stage is different from the group stage. There is no way back. It is either you eliminate me or I eliminate you. At this time, of course, no one will give up the next game. The situation is now very clear. Whoever can score more goals in the second half will be able to win better. Defense cannot be relaxed. No matter what, we must keep an eye on their Zheng Qi. The players of Real Madrid cheered each other up. Although they could not defend Lucian in the first half, it did not mean that they would not work hard in the second half. Moreover, the Overlord team kicked off first in the second half. If they could stop the Overlord team's attack first, it would be of great significance. The Overlord team's offensive rhythm did not slow down. They quickly launched an attack in the second half. They would not relax their control of the offensive under any circumstances. After all, this is their foundation. After continuous passing, the ball was passed to the wing. The Overlord team's attack was fierce and frequent because they combined the wing and the center very well. Whether it was the center or the wing, they would immediately launch an attack when they saw an opportunity. This time was no exception. After Zheng Qi got the ball, he saw that the two forwards in the penalty area had started running. He immediately kicked the ball into the penalty area without any hesitation. The ball drew an arc in the air and then flew to the middle of the penalty area. Lucian rushed forward to the starting point to prepare for the goal, and Hero took the lead in heading the ball out at the front point. The ball flew to the midfield. Alonso and Pyre wanted to grab the second landing point at the same time, but Zheng Qi arrived faster than them. Although he arrived a little bit earlier, it was enough for him to kick the ball first and pass it to Zheng Qi, who was waiting beside him. Zheng Qi split the sides again, and Wang and Lucian started running in the penalty area again. Zheng saw that the chance in the penalty area seemed small, so he quickly passed the ball to the middle. Zheng Qi passed the ball horizontally after taking it, and Jibu followed up and passed it straight to the front of the penalty area. Lucian took the ball and turned around. When Hero and Ramos rushed at the same time, he quickly raised his foot and passed the ball out. This time, it was beyond the expectations of the Real Madrid defenders. Lucian would definitely shoot himself in such an opportunity in the first half, and it's not that he didn't score, but now he chose to pass the ball. The ball flew into the penalty area, and Wang, who followed up, met the rolling ball and shot it with a blast, and the ball whizzed into the net. After scoring, Wang waved his fist, then laughed and ran to his own half. "Do you think I can only shoot?" Lucian said in English, then turned around and left. "Attack, don't be scared by him, even if he can pass the ball, we have to keep an eye on him. The threat of others is much smaller than him." Raul shook his head and said in the team channel. The players of Real Madrid nodded one after another. They also knew that it was necessary to focus on Lucian. It was okay for others to relax a little. After all, the strikers of the other Overlords had wasted a lot of opportunities. They were much more difficult to deal with than Lucian, who would force the goalkeeper to make a wonderful save even if his shot didn't score. Remember to score more goals for the others in the second half. The higher your shooting success rate, the less they can concentrate on dealing with Brother Xiao and defending. Zheng Qi said in the team channel at the same time. Brother Xiao is only one goal away from breaking the record. The players of the Overlords laughed. They also understood this. With Lucian, they didn't have many chances to score. So when the opportunity came, they had to cherish it. And they gradually got used to the fact that in the World Cup, they should try to pursue angles as much as possible when shooting. This is also a rare way to exercise. Real Madrid's attack also achieved good results in the next attack. After continuous passing and passing, they found a gap for a goal. Alonso's sharp pass allowed Raul to form a single knife. Raul did not miss this opportunity and shot low in front of the goal to tie the score to 7-7. The attack of the Overlord team was not affected in this way. They began to pass quickly and shoot continuously. With Lucian starting to pass more balls, they had more shooting opportunities than before. Every shot required Silas and the defenders to concentrate on defense to stop the ball. Then, the crazy pressure of the Overlord team in that front court made them only able to kick the ball or destroy it out of the baseline sideline, and then the Overlord team would attack again. Under such continuous pressure, the Overlord team's attack would certainly take a lot of time, but they still took the initiative in their own hands. After defending for a long time, Real Madrid's defense line also made mistakes involuntarily. Lucian got the ball in the penalty area and first made a fake pass to Zheng Qi, who followed up to receive the ball. Ramos was distracted unconsciously, but he quickly dribbled the ball horizontally and then suddenly kicked the ball. Hero's interception was also a step slower. The ball flew past his feet, then flew past Silas's hands, and dived into the goal. The 29th goal. A new record. A new record from Chen Fengxiao of the Chinese Overlord team. It's so terrible. He completed a double hat-trick again in this game. It only took him 4 games to break the record. He will be the greatest shooter in the history of the World Cup, no one else. The commentator from China screamed wildly. For them, they had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, and when this moment really appeared, they witnessed the birth of history with their own eyes. In less than 4 games, Lucian scored 29 goals. Now Lucian started his own celebration. He opened his arms to the stands and welcomed the cheers like a landslide, and some am I. Breaking the record is indeed worth celebrating. There is no waste of time anyway. After a dead ball is formed, the system will stop counting. This rule is actually derived from the rules of professional football and 5-a-side football at the time. When Lucian opened his arms, not only did the Chinese fans cheer loudly, but even the Spanish fans in the stands and some fans from other countries stood up and greeted Lucian with warm applause. Even the Real Madrid players on the field began to applaud. This is a brand new record of the World Cup, and anyone will show their respect. Well done, but this game has not been won yet. If you only play 4 games to create a record, it will be a joke. Zheng Qi poured cold water on him. Don't worry, we will win this game. Lucian replied. This lead was another lead for the Overlord team in that game, but this lead made Real Madrid never equalize the score in the game again. Lucian broke the record, which not only boosted the morale of the players of the Overlord team, but also dealt a severe blow to the entire Real Madrid team. They applauded Lucian out of respect, but deep in their hearts, they did not have much hope for the outcome of this game. Their goal this year is indeed to compete for the championship, but their imaginary enemies are those seeded teams, and even those seeded teams have never hit such an outstanding shooter. Facing the seeded teams, they will not easily lose confidence, but facing such an unimaginable shooter, they really have no way to defend him. They defended carefully, but they scored 5 goals in the first half. Send more people to defend him. He will pass the ball and give other players more opportunities. Using a defenser to fight against them is indeed a way, but our defenser has no way to deal with the opponent's defenser. If they continue to play like this, the chances of winning are really too small. When they think like this, they will inevitably be greatly affected when they attack. Real Madrid's attack also relies on fast passing. Compared with the simple and rough attack of the Overlord team, their attack is more precise and complicated, but at the same time, it is more prone to mistakes. In the previous attack, the players of Real Madrid still completed the tasks of passing and attacking very well in the crazy running and pressing of the Overlord team, but now their morale is not as high as before, and it is really difficult to maintain such performance. And the pressing of the Overlord team is more active and fierce than before because of the high morale. After barely passing the ball to the front court, seeing that the pressing of the Overlord team is so fierce, Alonso, who has the ball, decided to pass the ball back to temporarily avoid the opponent's limelight. This idea cannot be said to be wrong, but rather a very wise idea. However, when passing back, Alonso ignored Lucian's running position. The ball was just passed to the vicinity of the center circle, and was intercepted by Lucian, who suddenly accelerated midway. Seeing Lucian steal the ball in the midfield, the 2 defenders behind him rushed towards Lucian at the same time in shock, but Lucian did not make any extra moves, but raised his foot and passed the ball into Real Madrid's half. Zheng Qi, who was inserted at high speed, shook off all the defenders and caught up with the ball first. The next thing was simple. He rushed to the front of the penalty area with the ball. Facing K. Silas, who was attacking, he first made a fake shot to make K. Silas fall to the ground, then dribbled the ball past K. Silas and pushed the ball into the empty goal. The Spanish fans in the stands fell silent. From 7-7 to 9-7, the Overlord team took a sufficient lead within 15 minutes after the start of the second half. Although there was still half an hour left in this game, the overall situation was decided. Chapter 769 Great record. In the current classical football game, it is not difficult to score 2 goals in half an hour. But the progress of a game ultimately depends on the general situation. It is now obvious that the Overlord team has completely mastered the general situation. With their current advantages, even if they play a quick counter-attack comfortably, they can still play a good effect. Overlord stands in the middle circle. Zheng Qi and Lucian are ready to counter-attack at any time, and the others defend in the back court. If there is a chance, even a big kid can create a threatening enough attack. After all, Overlord's height of 1.9 meters may not play a big role when facing Milan's defensor, but facing Real Madrid's 2 central defenders, one 1.86 meters tall and the other 1.84 meters tall, it is still a big threat. As long as he can grab the first landing point ferry, whether it is Zheng Qi or Lucian, they can create enough opportunities. What's more, their positional warfare and rapid attack are also something that Real Madrid's defenders cannot resist. They have consumed a lot before. The later they go, the worse their defense will be, which in turn will affect the attack. In fact, this is also that case. The score was now 9-7. In the following time, the Overlord team didn't score many goals, at least compared to the 3 goals they scored in the past 15 minutes, it was definitely not many. However, they still scored 3 more goals in the remaining time. With their offensive ability, scoring 3 goals in half an hour was not an exaggeration, and it could even be said that they performed very poorly. However, they controlled the time and opportunity of Real Madrid's attack very well, so that Real Madrid only scored 1 goal in the next half an hour. During the 3 goals, the Overlord team began to use ball control to attack. Under Zheng Qi's connection, they passed the ball in the midfield with ease, and only gave the opponent a chance when they found an opportunity. Lucian scored another goal in these 3 goals, officially increasing his World Cup goals to 30. The Overlord team, which doesn't need Zheng Qi to concentrate on scoring goals, seems to be more terrifying. A commentator commented, because when they started to control the ball, they really left Real Madrid no chance at all. In half an hour, they only scored 3 goals, but they controlled Real Madrid's attack and let the opponent only score 1 goal. This was not a victory of defensa, but a victory of ball control. In half an hour, they controlled the ball for at least 20 minutes, and did not give the opponent many opportunities to attack. It would be fine if they changed to a weak team, but Real Madrid was at least a strong team ranked high in the world, and now they were capable of attacking the seeded team. However, they were controlled by the Overlord team, and they controlled the situation with the ball control tactics that Real Madrid was best at. This kind of thing is simply terrifying when you think about it carefully. Even if Real Madrid had been greatly affected in the second half of the game, and their performance was far less outstanding than in the first half, it was scary enough to be able to do this. Of course, the Spanish fans in the stands were just disappointed that their team lost, and Real Madrid left the stadium speechlessly. They came to this game with full confidence, but left in disgrace. They lost this game and this World Cup trip, but they were not very sad. After all, there is a World Cup every year, and there is only one champion every year. No matter how good they are not as good as the 8 seeded teams. 7 of those seeded teams lose the World Cup every year, let alone them. They just regret that they didn't perform well enough in this game and couldn't go further. This year, their age configuration is the most perfect. Next year, they may not be in such an excellent state. The newcomers accumulated by Barcelona for several years have basically been honed. The next ones who will make an impact in the World Cup may not be them, but Barcelona's old rivals. However, for every football powerhouse, it is often like this. Only the best team can appear in the World Cup. No one can stay strong forever. Spain's situation of 2 strong teams is relatively simple and clear. Among the 3 strongest teams in Europe, the competition in the UK is the strongest. They have at least 4 or 5 top teams of similar level competing for the right to qualify. Germany and Russia are also similar. Whether there are more strong teams in the country is also a standard related to the overall level of football in a country. Obviously, Spain is still a little bit worse in this regard. So it was not shameful for them to stop in the top 16, because with their football status, this position was already qualified. The others left, and the Chinese fans were celebrating on the spot, not only celebrating the Overlord team entering the top 16, but also celebrating Lu Xiaoshan becoming the first person in the history of the World Cup scorer list with 30 goals. There is no so-called historical scorer list in the current World Cup. After all, many people use code names. This year they use this name, and next year they may use that name. This is to better hide their identities and create trouble for opponents in the game. After all, there is no monetary income, so it is very important to find ways to gain owners. In this case, the so-called historical scorer list and total number of goals are meaningless. What people really talk about is the scorer list after entering the top 32 of the World Cup every year. This approach certainly makes many teams that did not enter the top 32 lose the qualification to be on the list, but it seems fairer. Only teams with outstanding strength are qualified to compete for such a list, which makes the gold content of this list higher. In fact, this is true. In addition to the World Cup rankings, the most eye-catching thing is the scorer list. Not to mention breaking records, those who can score double-digit goals on the World Cup scorer list every year will be the shooters that people talk about. And those who can score 20 goals will be even more famous, except for a few World Cups. Generally speaking, there is a high probability that there will not be a shooter who scores 20 goals in a World Cup. From this perspective, it can be seen how exciting Lu Xiaoshan's current achievements are. The Chinese fans in the stands are celebrating wildly, and the players of the Overlord team are also celebrating wildly. If Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were not unwilling to reveal their real identities, Overlord would probably be preparing to find them in reality, treat them to a good meal, and celebrate wildly. However, you can't get together in reality, but you can get together in the game. As the place with the most modern human activities, there are many spaces in the football-era game for people to rest, gather, and even have various enjoyments. The 30 system cities are enough to accommodate various consumptions, and such consumption does not require much payment, just the gold coins earned in the game. Although the gold coin explosion rate in football era is not very high, as long as you're an old player, you will not be poor. After all, gold coins are useless except for repairing equipment, and equipment will automatically replenish the loss during the upgrade or downgrade process. So for most players, what they lack is materials, not gold coins, so the Overlord decided to treat the whole team to a good meal in Chang'an City. Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan looked at each other and quickly nodded in agreement. At first, the Overlord thought it was nothing and how much money could it cost. As a result, when Lu Xiaoshan casually pointed to a store, he began to sweat. The legendary 7-star hotel, the consumption level of various facilities in football will be starred. The star rating can clearly analyze the consumption level, and 7 stars is the highest level. If you don't have enough money later, remember to help me get some. Overlord said to the others in private chat. How about we go to another place? I don't have many gold coins on me. Yingbu began to bug out. No, I must serve these two masters well. Don't you see that we are so prosperous now? It's all because of them. We can't let them down at this time. Overlord immediately disagreed. Just think of it as lending it to you. Anyway, you can eat whatever you want for this meal. I will help you pay it back for half a year of dungeon after the World Cup is over. That's not easy. Long Qi sighed. Gold coins are useless in the game. The drop rate is very low. It is rare to drop when you kill small monsters. It is only when you kill dungeons that you drop more. However, after the average player kills dungeons, the durability of the equipment will also drop more. The gold coins divided are definitely enough to replenish the equipment, but there will not be much left. If Overlord really wants to earn gold coins by killing dungeons, he will have to work day and night. I still have a few hundred gold here, but I won't use it if I keep it. I'll give it to you. Fanzing shook his head. He was the richest among the group of people. After all, he was an old player. Uncle, you are my uncle. Thank you so much. The Overlord burst into tears. It's okay. Just steal your father's bottle of wine and give it to me next time. Fanzing replied. Then I will be beaten to death, right? The Overlord really cried this time. But later, the few hundred gold that the Overlord borrowed from Fanzing didn't play any role, because as soon as the table was served, Zheng Qi ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu and ordered a lot. The Overlord calculated casually and knew that he couldn't afford the money, so he made up his mind to eat and drink. Finally, when he was full and ready to pay the bill, he found that Lu Xiaoshan had already paid the bill. How can I be embarrassed? The Overlord said to Lu Xiaoshan in an extremely hypocritical manner. It's okay, he has money. Zheng Qi replied. Lucian didn't react at all to this. He really had money, not only in reality but also in the game. Characters like him always had more gold coins than they could use up. As a professional player, his equipment was bound so that it would not explode during PK. Of course, the gold coins consumed for such binding was always an astronomical figure, so every professional player's wallet would never be short of gold coins, and the club would have to help them save up the gold coins even if it had to sell everything it had. Chapter 770. Prepared for so long. This Overlord team has excellent tactics and is very strong, but it's not impossible to deal with. The speaker was a white man who was not very tall. Although he was not particularly tall, he still stood out among a group of tall people. Sometimes, you can tell whether a person is outstanding by looking at the attitude of others towards him in the crowd. This white man is obviously such a player. When he spoke, a group of people around him were listening carefully. Because he is not only the captain of Bayern, the German team that qualified this time, but also the well-deserved core of Bayern. His title also inherited the greatest player in German football history, Football Emperor, Beckenbauer. Compared with previous years, this year's World Cup is actually a bit boring. In the quarterfinals of previous years, there will always be one or two second-tier teams that create miracles and defeat a seeded team to win to the quarterfinals. You must know that although these 8 seeded teams are relatively fixed, they cannot sweep the quarterfinals every year. The reason why their seeded teams are fixed is that they can enter the quarterfinals more often, rather than always staying in the quarterfinals. Under such circumstances, if the second-tier teams are in good shape, they often have the opportunity to eliminate these opponents, or even enter the semi-finals or finals. After all, those second-tier teams with high rankings often have the strength to threaten the seeded teams. But what about this year? All 8 seeded teams appeared in the quarterfinals without exception. This situation is rare in the World Cup in recent years. The culprit for this reason, everyone looked at it and found that it was the new World Cup Overlord team. The reason is very simple. Every year, the teams that can break the monopoly of the seeded teams are often the best of the second-tier teams. Their strength is the closest to that of the seeded teams, and they may even exceed it. Such teams are the best options for creating miracles. But what about this year? There are such teams. One is Milan and the other is Real Madrid. As a result, both teams were defeated by the Overlord team. Real Madrid was directly eliminated, and Milan was also put in the second place in the group by them and suffered a serious blow. They lost to another seeded team in the knockout round and died in frustration. In the draw for the quarterfinals, the opponent that the Overlord team encountered was Bayern. Now Bayern's players are analyzing the strength of the Overlord team. Their tactics are simple, but they seem hard to crack. However, there is no tactic in the world that cannot be cracked. What is the key to their tactics? Can you tell me? Beckenbauer asked with a smile. Continuous pressure and strong midfield control are the keys to their offense. A player with a forehead that seemed wider than an average person said after thinking for a while. Active running and pressing, forcing the opponent to play fast with them, is also a key. We should not ignore that they adopted a ball control tactic in the second half of the last game, which also achieved very good results. Bayern's players are obviously good at thinking. They quickly set several points, which can be said to be quite to the point. That's right, but you didn't actually discover the key point. Beckenbauer waved his hand, and a hologram immediately appeared in front of him. I have observed all of the Overlord team's games this year, especially the top 32 inches China and the World Cup. Their statistics in each game look normal, but there is one thing that is not normal, that is, their number of shots is always astonishingly high. That's normal. A team like them with low offensive efficiency relies on a large number of attacks to make up for the lack of efficiency. Someone answered. That's right, that's the key. Beckenbauer nodded. They have so many shots, which means they have a lot of attacks. A lot of attacks means they are attacking most of the time. They don't have a clear advantage in ball possession because they don't have too much ball possession. Instead, they attack quickly and then keep pressing, forcing the opponent to give up the ball and regain possession of the ball. This can't be seen from the data. From the data, their ball possession rate is not high, but they can always gain an overwhelming advantage in the number of attacks and shots. Bayern's players nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed the case. The Overlord's offensive efficiency was not high, but they were able to attack continuously and exert pressure continuously. Whether it was scoring a goal or causing the opponent's defender to decline in the second half of the game, the key to their performance was that they could always suppress the opponent in terms of the number of attacks. The more attacks, the more shots, the more goals, and the more pressure the opponent's defenders would bear. This is a matter of the same vein. So in the game, we have to keep an eye on Chen Fengxiao for sure. Such a shooter is too scary. Another key is the competition for the second attack. Beckenbauer drew a circle on the hologram. In the competition for the second attack, they didn't score a goal when they were attacking, but they were always able to get the opportunity for the second attack. The key lies in this person Yuanzhong. His running is very targeted, and he can always appear in the most critical position in time to support his teammates and intercept opponents. If he can be controlled, the Overlord team's continuous offensive ability will be greatly affected. But, he is handed over to you. There is no need to defend him completely. Follow him without stopping. As long as we can slow down his ability to get the ball and organize, then we will have a great advantage. Beckenbauer said to an ordinary-looking white man, and the man nodded. Leave it to me. Roth is the most important link in our midfield defensa. If he just follows Yuanzhong, then what about our midfield defensa? Someone raised a question. Matheus, Ettenberg, you two just need to participate in the defensa. I will also assist in the defensa. The two of them are the most threatening. Only by dealing with these two people can we win this game better. Chen Fengxiao's defensa is left to you, Schwarzenbeck. Beckenbauer turned to a tall man beside him and said. The tall man also nodded. On offensa, I don't need to say much. Our offensa is the best in Europe. Control them and then use offensa to defeat them. Only in this way can we truly win. Do you understand? Before, the opponents of the Overlord team ignored the defensa against Yuanzhong, which was the key factor in their passive situation. Although he didn't score a goal, his significance to the Overlord team was not less than Chen Fengxiao. The Bayern players were a little confused about Beckenbauer's evaluation. However, others believed in Beckenbauer's wisdom and judgment unconditionally. Since he valued Yuanzhong so much, we must also pay more attention to them. While the Bayern players were preparing for this game, the Overlord team was also not idle. The seeded team Bayern is one of the top 8 seeded teams, but they met us. Their luck is really bad. Zheng Qi said. The players of the Overlord team collectively rolled their eyes. Was it their bad luck or our bad luck? It's hard to say. Their formation is March 4, 2003. The two fullbacks are very strong in assisting. Among the central defenders, Schwarzenbeck is a pure defensive player. He is tall, responsive, and excellent in confrontation. I estimate that he will come to specifically mark our brother Xiao, and their captain Beckenbauer is more of a free man than a central defender. He has a role in both forward attack and retrieve defensa. In midfield, Roth is their full-time defensive midfielder. His task should be to deal with me. After all, anyone with a brain should be able to see what my organization of attack means to our team. Matheus and Ettenberg are both very comprehensive midfielders, and they are excellent in running and confrontation. Among their three forwards, Müller is the most capable of scoring goals, but we cannot ignore the threat of Rummenigge and Hoeneß. In short, this team is very strong and there is nothing we can use. We have to give it our all. Didn't we use our all before? Asked the Overlord. Of course, I haven't played my scoring ability. Bayern may be the strongest opponent we have ever met, and they have enough time to get familiar with us. In this game, they will definitely target us. In this case, we must come up with something different. When I pass the ball, don't cross it blindly. Pay attention to my position. If I'm in a forward position, then cross it. If I'm in a backward position, then reorganize the attack. Do you understand? Before, we were able to oppress the opponent through continuous secondary attacks, but it may not be so good in the future. It is difficult for us to form such oppression against high-level opponents, so we have to play with the success rate. Zheng Qi said. The success rate is not the same as what we are used to before. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, No, you don't have to make any changes, just attack like that. Just look at me before attacking. If I move forward, I will pass long and lob. If I don't move forward, I will pass short and penetrate. I will do the details. Zheng Qi said. The players of the Overlord team nodded. Since there were no specific changes in tactics, there was no problem. As for observing Zheng Qi's running position, it was as natural as breathing for them. In short, the next game will be more difficult, but we have been preparing for this for so long, right? Zheng Qi finally said with a smile. The players of the Overlord team laughed, and laughed awkwardly, because such preparations actually had nothing to do with them. It was Zheng Qi who was preparing all the time. Chapter 771. The strongest opponent. You haven't shot in so many games. Do you still have the feeling of shooting? Although I am not familiar with classical football, I know that for a shooter, the feeling of shooting is very important. Su Jing asked Zheng Qi, and Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. I have been practicing shooting, and it is under strong confrontation. The training space set by Fenging and others is very useful. Zheng Qi replied. That's good, but it's still different from the official game, right? Su Jing asked. Maybe, but it shouldn't be a problem. I control my desire to move forward in every game. Although I also like to organize from behind, I like to attack from the front more. Zheng Qi laughed. I watched the game against Kahawei last year. Your threat in the penalty area is greater than outside the penalty area. Su Jing nodded. The next game is indeed getting more and more difficult, so be careful. Don't worry, after tomorrow's game, we will know whether we can win the World Cup. Unfortunately, the strong teams we have encountered so far have all used their true colors, and we can't detect what style their professional teams will be. Zheng Qi said. That can't be helped. After all, there is a big difference between the style of football era and the style of classical football. Su Jing consoled him. Well, you can also detect something from the style and personality of the players of those top teams. Zheng Qi laughed. It depends on what kind of impact the Germans can give me tomorrow. I think the impact they give you will definitely not be too small. Su Jing couldn't help laughing. In classical football, although there are 8 seeded teams, the seeded teams in Asia and North America are relatively weak. The strongest teams in the World Cup are still from Europe and South America, and Germany is the team with the most stable performance in Europe, and it can also be said to be the strongest team. Their level is quite outstanding. Yes, they can basically represent the strongest level in the world. If we can pass them, it will be easier to win a World Cup. Zheng Qi nodded. In the past 6 years, the Chinese team has won the World Cup once. I don't want us to fail this time. Although there is no money, the championship is always what I want to pursue. Then go to the game well. Su Jing held Zheng Qi's hand. Don't worry about it, and play your best. What a pity. I thought I could save my strength for the finals, but now it seems that I have to warn the opponents. Zheng Qi laughed. In just a few days, the opponent can't do anything. There are only 3 games from the quarterfinals to the finals. Don't worry. Su Jing smiled and shook her head. Yes, it's almost time to use it, and it seems worth using it against an opponent like Bayern. Zheng Qi's tone was very loud. Su Jing was used to his loud tone, and the more familiar she was with Zheng Qi, the more she felt that his loud tone was like bragging, but it was not bragging, but just his confidence in himself. Of course, the difference between arrogance and confidence is very small. Obviously, Bayern is also a confident team. They will not provoke others with their domineering attitude, nor will they put on a high-handed look to prove how awesome they are. In fact, when they are on the field, the whole team seems very calm. This is a standard temperament of a strong team, and Bayern is indeed worthy of pride. There are 4 strong teams in Germany, and each team has won the World Cup. However, Bayern has participated in the World Cup the most times in Germany, and has also won the most World Cup championships. They were the champions of the World Cup last year. This year, they have only one goal, that is, to defend the title. It is actually very difficult to defend the title in the current Classic Football World Cup. There are too many strong teams. Any team that wants to defend the title will encounter challenges from countless powerful enemies. However, as the team with the best performance in the past 20 years, defending the title is almost a goal that Bayern must have. Such self-confidence has forged their temperament of a strong team. So even when facing the seemingly arrogant overlord team, they did not have any other emotional changes, but calmly treated the next game. It is worthy of being a team from Germany, the so-called top 3, Zheng Qi thought to himself when he shook hands with Beckenbauer. There are 8 seeded teams, and they have been there for a long time. No other team can shake their position. There are often some second-tier teams that enter the quarterfinals, but the proportion is very small. At the same time, the strong teams that lost the quarterfinals can at least get the quarterfinals back in the second year. In terms of overall performance, the quarterfinals are still better. However, there is also a distinction between the strong and the weak among the quarterfinals. From the comprehensive results, Germany in Europe, Brazil in South America, and the United States in North America are the 3 countries with the best historical performance. The teams they have won the most championships, and apart from the championships, they have also went to the finals, semi-finals, and quarterfinals the most times. This is the so-called top 3. The other 5 teams are certainly top level compared to other teams, but compared with the teams from these 3 countries, they seem to be much weaker. Therefore, even in the quarterfinals, the draw requires luck, but the Overlord team did not have luck and suddenly encountered Bayern, which may be the strongest team from Germany. Who is afraid of who? Just do it. Zheng Qi thought to himself. For him, he really didn't worry about anything. The opponent might be the strongest, but no matter how strong the opponent was, they had to deal with it well. I'm invincible when I go all out. After shouting something in his mind, Zheng Qi returned to his own half. Let them see our offense first. Beckenbauer also returned to his position and said in the team channel. In the draw just now, Bayern kicked off first. Bayern's players knocked out one after another. As one of the strongest teams, they basically have no weaknesses. Whether it is offensive or defensive, they are very good at it. Müller is a top shooter. He seems to have nothing else to excel at, but his scoring ability is extremely outstanding. In the previous 4 games, he scored a total of 17 goals, which is already an extremely outstanding result. In previous years, it is very likely that he will impact the top scorer. Unfortunately, this year there is a Lucian, Rummenigge and Hoeneß beside him are also top strikers. They can have extremely top performances on the wing and in the middle. With their hard support, Müller always has a lot of scoring opportunities. At the same time, if you focus on Müller, then Rummenigge and Hoeneß will use their goals to teach you a lesson. In the midfield, Roth seems a little low-key, but everyone knows that he is the solid foundation of Bayern. His running and defense on the field can make Bayern's midfield thicker. Mathis and Effenberg are the source of Bayern's midfield defense. They can attack and defend well, run, confront, organize, pass, shoot from a distance. They can do everything, standard all-around midfielders. The attack on the wing relies on 2 fullbacks. Both Lam and Breiten are excellent assist-type fullbacks. Their entire team also has an excellent level in attack. However, among so many top offensive players, their captain and core is a defender, Beckenbauer. He can organize the back line and attack in time. He is the commander of the court and the emperor of Bayern. Maybe I can fight against this guy today. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Although he has only played classical football for 1 or 2 years, Zheng Qi has long known the name of Beckenbauer. This name that has been passed down from ancient times also has a supreme status in the circle of German classical football. If you want to use this name, no one dares to use it unless the other players are convinced. The German team has played in the World Cup for hundreds of years, and there are less than 5 players who can really use this name. Beckenbauer is one of them now, and he is also the most convincing one. There are not many names with such status. They are all recognized as the names of the kings of football more than 100 years ago. In addition to Beckenbauer, there are probably only 3 names that can be compared with him: Cruyff from the Netherlands, Pelé from Brazil and Maradona from Argentina. There are too few people who dare to use these names, no more than 5 from each country. Because the Netherlands' results are not particularly outstanding, basically no one dares to use Cruyff's name, because if you can't show a matching performance, then using such a name is also a laughingstock. Beckenbauer has been using this name for 4 years, but no one is dissatisfied. In the past, he led the team to win the World Cup twice, so of course he has such qualifications. And this year, he will lead the team to win the honor of defending the World Cup. At his status, only such results can be pursued. Bayern is the strongest now, many people think so. Zheng Qi plans to lead the Overlord team to have a vigorous contest with such the strongest team and the strongest opponent on a field that is not the highest stage. It's a pity, it would be great if it was the finals, but this year Brazil and Argentina seem to be very strong. Brazil has Pelé, Argentina has Maradona, Zheng Qi thought to himself. The players of both teams were scattered on the field, and they were already in the quarterfinals. Of course, the games would not be played at the same time, but they would be played within 1 day, 2 games in the morning and 2 games in the afternoon. The match between Overlord and Bayern was the first game in the morning. Now, the other 6-seeded teams must have been in the stands ready to watch the game. Then let you guys be shocked a little bit. Zheng Qi laughed. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 772. Confident enough. The captain is actually smiling. Is he so happy? When Li Guirui in the stands turned the camera to Zheng Qi's face, he couldn't help but say in surprise. You can see that the system's expression is smiling. I'm Yuan Fen said. The system's appearance just changed a certain look. It doesn't mean that there is no expression. He is smiling now. Liga Rui said. You're right, I'm Yuan Fan, who turned the camera to Zheng Qi's face, could only admit defeat. You admit defeat, right? But the question is still here, why is the boss so happy? Liga Rui continued to ask. How should I know? Maybe he is happy because he thinks the opponent is too good. I'm Yuan Fan said. The other extraordinary players immediately laughed. Do you think the boss is Lu Xiaoshan? Ang Yuanfen himself smiled awkwardly, thinking that what he said was indeed unlikely. Su Jing smiled slightly. These teammates who have been together day and night, in fact, have not discovered that Zheng Qi is also a guy who pursues victory endlessly, but he is not as obvious as Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Rufei. In fact, the players of the Overlord team were not very clear about this. They only knew that Lu Xiaoshan was a goal-scoring maniac, while Zheng Qi was always calm. They did not know that the two of them were the same in their bones, and they were both people who pursued victory incomparably. Stop their attack. Zheng Qi clapped his hands and said loudly in the team channel. The players of the Overlord team did not feel surprised. It was inevitable that Zheng Qi was a little excited in such a game, not to mention that Zheng Qi did not show much difference from usual. When the whistle sounded, Bayern immediately launched an attack. This was the fourth European team that the Overlord team had encountered in the World Cup. They had encountered Basel and Milan in the group stage, and Real Madrid in the previous knockout stage. In such a situation, they should not need any psychological shock and change when they met Bayern. However, Bayern's attack was different from the teams they had encountered before. Basel is weaker, and their tactics are mainly based on the central axis, so after the central axis was controlled, they had no way out. Milan's offense relies more on counterattacks. They can score goals with very concise offensive methods in counterattacks, but they seem to lack offensive capabilities in positional warfare. Real Madrid is also very strong, and their several forwards are very good, but they are still a little weak in offensive capabilities. After all, they are good at passing back and forth to lure the opponent's defense into problems, and then kill them with one blow. In the final analysis, these teams have their own shortcomings in offense, so when facing the Overlord team will often lose the ball in defense, but there will be no greater twists and turns. Now, they are facing Bayern's offense. It was not the midfielder who received the ball in the back, but Beckenbauer. After receiving the ball, Beckenbauer dribbled forward, which could not surprise the players of the Overlord team. In the previous game, Beckenbauer did this more than once. And behind him, followed by the silent Schwarzenbeck. Beckenbauer is an emperor. Of course, an emperor needs guards around him. Schwarzenbeck is Beckenbauer's guard. I'll go and test the quality of this emperor. Lu Xiaoshan said in the team channel, and then ran up. Behind him, Overlord followed closely. The basic tactic of the Overlord team is to press in the front court to speed up the game rhythm of both their own team and the opponent. On this point, they will not give up. Seeing Lu Xiaoshan rushing towards him, Beckenbauer did not break through at the ball, but turned half a turn and passed the ball. The ball flew to Breitner's feet on the wing. This pass flew very accurately in front of him, allowing him to accelerate and break through immediately. Breitner is a fullback with excellent assist ability. He and Lim are both players who can play as wingers. Bayern's wing attack basically relies on the two of them to advance. Holness and Rummenigge have a wide range of activities and are not pure wingers. Seeing Breitner starting to break through, Yinbu moved sideways to defend him, wanting to support him on the wing. The Overlord team also had a March 4, 2003 formation, and Yinbu and Jibu would often go to the wing to fill in. Seeing Yinbu coming to fill in, the Overlord team also had fullbacks Thongime defending on this side. Even if he broke through, he couldn't disrupt the opponent's defense. Breitner calmly stopped and passed the ball to the middle. Mathis received the ball, and then saw Zheng Qi rushing towards him, and it came very silently. If Roth hadn't been following Zheng Qi and quickly reminded him, he might have been intercepted, quickly passing the ball to another attacking midfielder Effenberg. Mathis was also surprised in his heart. When did this guy come up? But at this time, Zheng Qi was more depressed. You were attacking, why are you following me? Zheng Qi asked Roth beside him depressedly. If this guy hadn't been following him all the time, he might have successfully intercepted the ball just now. Roth turned a deaf ear to Zheng Qi's words and continued to follow Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi certainly knew that the other party did not understand. In the football era, communication has never been a problem. Even if you speak a dialect that has disappeared for a long time, the language system in the football era can quickly transform it into standard Mandarin for the person you are communicating with to hear. Similarly, even if you speak Chinese, when communicating with foreigners, the other party will automatically hear their native language. So the other party did not hear it, but did not want to answer. Is the task of this game to keep an eye on me? Whether it is offenser or defenser? It's a bit troublesome. I've been so low-key, do they still pay so much attention to me? Zheng Qi thought in his heart with some complacency. But he also knew that he was said to be low-key because he had not scored a goal so far, and all the attention was attracted by Lu Xiaoshan. But in fact, how could a team of Baron's level ignore the role he played in the game? In every game, he touches the ball no less than 200 times, which means he touches the ball at least twice per minute, and he passes the ball this number in every game. It is this kind of receiving and passing that makes the Overlord team's offensive flourish, extremely fast, but not off track. Such a core, a truly outstanding player will not ignore, and Baron's attention to it also proves that the opponent is indeed a strong team. Ethenberg passed the ball to the other side, but it was not Lim who was advancing, but Rummenigge who was retreating. After Rummenigge took the ball, he began to break through the penalty area diagonally, while Lim was running on the side, involving the Overlord team's defensor. Under Lim's involvement, Yuziki did not dare to intercept Rummenigge, and Yinbu retreated to prevent Xiang Zhuan from rushing out of the penalty area. Holness ran to the front of the penalty area, while Muller ran in the penalty area. Of course, the defenders of the Overlord team would not let Muller, the top striker, go. Xiang Zhuan followed closely, and Ma Shu headed out. Rummenigge passed the ball to Holness, who received the ball, turned around and passed it diagonally. Breitner, who rushed up from the right, made a high-speed forward run, received the return pass from Hogenes, and was about to take a long shot while running. Zheng flew over and tried to block the opponent's long shot with his body. The two Baron fullbacks not only have excellent assists, but also excellent long-range shooting abilities. Although they are not particularly proficient in advanced skills such as spinning balls, they can still score occasionally. The skill of spinning balls is not a secret. Although there are not many players who have a great grasp of it, there are still many players who have a general grasp of it. Among the Baron players, the attackers in the front court have almost mastered it in general, but the grasp is not too great. But no matter what, when the opponent intends to take a long shot, they must go up to interfere. Seeing Zheng coming up, Breitner quickly changed his way of touching the ball, poked the ball directly into the penalty area with his toes. When he passed the ball, Muller first ran back 2 steps, as if he was going to make way for Breitner to shoot from a distance. When Xiang Zhuan followed him, he quickly turned around and rushed into the penalty area. Xiang Zhuan was caught off guard and was thrown away by him. Then Breitner passed the ball to him. Muller did not stop the ball. While running, he quickly kicked the ball and shot it. The ball flew under the armpit of Fan Xingjian, then flew into the goal of the Overlord team. Baron's opening attack quickly scored a goal. Wow, these guys are really good. My fighting spirit has been ignited. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Stop talking nonsense, let's attack and score the goal. Lu Xiaoshan also answered. The players of the Overlord team nodded at the same time. It was true that the opponent's level was not bad, but it was precisely because of this that they had to equalize the score in the next game. The opponent's offensive is excellent, but the defensive may not be so excellent. No matter how strong the team is, it is impossible to be impeccable. Unless they can completely suppress the opponent in every aspect, otherwise, there'll always be a chance. The players of the Overlord team don't believe that the opponent can suppress them in all aspects. After playing in the World Cup until now, their confidence has at least increased a lot. They firmly believe that no matter how strong the opponent is, even if there is a place to suppress them, they will not suppress them everywhere. If there were such a strong team in the World Cup, they would have been able to monopolize the World Cup long ago. This is what the Overlord team players think now, and they are now able to think like this. They have enough confidence in their own strength. Chapter 773. Not that easy. The attack was good just now, but the defense of the Overlord team is just average. There is nothing to be proud of. The next defensor is the key. Be prepared to withstand what may be the strongest attack in this World Cup. Beckenbauer said in the team channel. His words seemed very confident. Of course he was confident. Whether the attack could tear through the opponent's defense line, Bayern had no doubts, but facing the attack of the Overlord team, what role Bayern's defensive strategy could play was still a key. Most of Bayern's players are both offensive and defensive, or they are better at attacking, but they also have several full-time defensive players. Schwarzenbeck and Roth are such full-time defensive players. They are not incapable of attacking, but if they're asked to concentrate on defending a certain player, they can concentrate on defending the opponent. Schwarzenbeck and Roth, these two people are Bayern's biggest defensive players. Even if they are placed in the whole of Germany or the whole of Europe, they are the leading defensive players. Such players can definitely represent the highest level of defencer. However, Beckenbauer was not so arrogant as to think that the two of them could completely block Luciaschen and Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi's running in the midfield could only be slightly controlled. However, with Roth's perseverance and reaction, it was possible that his performance level would drop a lot if he kept lingering around Zheng Qi. And it was also very difficult to control Luciaschen, who might be the greatest shooter ever. Of course, Beckenbauer was also confident that if Schwarzenbeck was the main defender and he assisted, he would definitely be able to suppress Luciaschen's threat to the minimum. However, if he did so, the other offensive players of the Overlord team were not vegetarians either. As long as there was a gap, they could still score. In the current classical football game, it would be a huge mistake to leave any player alone. The Overlord team quickly started to kick off. After passing the ball back and forth, the ball came to Zheng Qi's feet. Zheng Qi stopped the ball, and then saw Roth had come to him without making a sound. It's a big show. Zheng Qi sighed in his heart. He could see at a glance that although Roth was the only one blocking him, the other two midfielders behind him, Mathis and Effenberg, could also threaten him quickly. If he broke through by force, it was very likely that the opponent would form a three-man attack. I have to pass the ball. Shinryo in the stand thought to himself. In this case, if he didn't pass the ball, he would fall into the opponent's three-man attack. If he passed the ball, he could organize the attack again. Zheng Qi couldn't not pass the ball. However, the next moment, Shinryo opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect that Zheng Qi actually chose to break through. What's going on? Shinryo thought in surprise, but before he could continue thinking, Zheng Qi had already approached Roth with the ball and forced his way past him. No matter how strong Roth's defenser was, he had no resistance in this situation, but he reacted quickly, turned sideways, and kept colliding with Zheng Qi from the side, trying to slow down Zheng Qi's forward speed. Zheng Qi did not slow down, but continued to dribble forward. He protected the ball very well while controlling it, and broke through the midfield in almost an instant. Mathis and Effenberg rushed forward. If they did not move, they would be dead. The cooperation between the two was quite tacit. They pinched in at the same time. With Roth interfering behind him, no matter how powerful Zheng Qi was, he could not control the ball under such a pinch. At this time, Zheng Qi chose to pass the ball. He passed the ball to Yingbu, who followed up and was unguarded, and then he accelerated and sprinted forward. This scene did not seem to have any problems, but when it fell into Shinryo's eyes, Shinryo suddenly realized. After Zheng Qi broke through, Mathis and Effenberg came up a little slower. Others might not be able to see this, but Shinryo noticed it. Given the opponent's level, such a slow encirclement was obviously inappropriate, but it really appeared in front of him, so there was only one explanation. The two Bayern midfielders did not expect Zheng Qi to break through. If Zheng Qi chose to pass the ball, the two midfielders would immediately be able to throw themselves into other defenses, and in this way, it might not be easy for Zheng Qi to receive the ball again, as Roth would follow him closely. So Zheng Qi chose to break through in such a situation, disrupting the opponent's preparation. This approach is very important in the game, and if the opponent's preparation fails, he can gain some advantages invisibly. Unguarded Yingbu dribbled the ball to the 30-meter area, and Mathis came to defend him. At this time, Yingbu saw that Luciaschen had run out of the penalty area, and immediately raised his foot and passed the ball straight over. Luciaschen took the ball with his back to the goal, and Schwarzenbeck came up from behind. This central defender was tall and strong, but of course, with Luciaschen's advantage in attribute points, his strength still seemed a little lacking. Luciaschen noticed this as soon as he came into contact with him, so he immediately turned around after receiving the ball, slightly suppressed Schwarzenbeck with his strength, dodged the shooting angle, and immediately kicked the ball. This shot was fast and fierce. Luciaschen was already familiar with this offensive method. He shot while turning around, which was sudden. Moreover, with his shooting skills, he basically shot at the blind spot. No matter how good the goalkeeper was, it was difficult for him to react. However, this shot was intercepted. It was not someone else who intercepted him, but Beckenbauer. At the moment when Luciaschen shot, Beckenbauer appeared in his shooting route in time and raised his foot to stop the ball. Luciaschen's shot was powerful. Although Beckenbauer intercepted the ball, he couldn't control it. The ball hit his foot and bounced out of the penalty area. Zheng Qi, who was advancing, still got the ball despite Roth's interference. He then used his body to carry Roth behind him and made a pass to Lu Xiaoshan. Roth immediately wanted to fly to interfere. Beckenbauer and Schwarzenberg also made the same defensive reaction. However, the next moment, Zheng Qi threw the ball towards the penalty area and accelerated the breakthrough. This time, Roth had never expected it, and even Beckenbauer hadn't expected it. Zheng Qi had never entered the penalty area before. Although no one really counted it, this kind of thinking has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. And this breakthrough caught Bayern off guard. Roth was defending Zheng Qi's possible pass, Schwarzenberg was marking Lu Xiaoshan, Beckenbauer was preparing to fill in for Schwarzenberg, and the others also had their own tasks. Zheng Qi faced an extremely empty penalty area when he broke through. So he immediately broke through, leaving Roth behind, and then faced Can, who rushed out hastily, and made a light push shot. The ball spun on the grass, playfully flew past Can's outstretched hand, and then turned into the far corner of the goal. After scoring the goal, Zheng Qi ran away, then raised his right hand and swiped it towards the stands. The Chinese fans in the stands immediately cheered loudly. I was careless. I didn't expect him to break into the penalty area. Yuan Thong was in a very forward position in this game. But, you have to be more careful when defending him. Of course, the previous defender should continue to be like this. Reduce his possession of the ball, then the second attack of the Overlord team will be more affected. Do you understand? Beckenbauer said in the team channel. Roth nodded. There was really no way just now, but as long as he could press him well in the midfield, the number of times he hit the ball would be reduced, and the number of the Overlord team's second attack would also be reduced. Bayern would be able to suppress the opponent in terms of offensive control, thus gaining an advantage. Bayern knew that this match would be a tough one. It was impossible for them to take advantage from the start and win without any troubles. Such a victory was the dream of all participating teams, but how could it be possible in reality? The confrontation between top teams would be extremely difficult. No one could easily defeat the opponent. Even if you suppress the opponent tactically, it would depend on your performance and luck. Tactical suppression can only give you an advantage to a certain extent. In the final analysis, you still have to play that game by yourself. Yuan Thong chose to enter the penalty area, which means that he has keenly realized that our defensive tactics have a good effect against their oppressive offense. Such a top player's feeling is correct, but it also proves from the side that our tactics can indeed be very effective against them. Let's strengthen the offense next. Let's suppress them in offense. Beckenbauer's words made Bayern's players knock their heads again and again. Yes, Yuan Thong was completely different from other games when he came on in this game. Didn't it prove that the pressure they created was enough? Even if Yuan Thong just scored a goal, how many goals can Yuan Thong score in the next game? Our defense against Chen Fengxiao just now was very effective. Thinking this way, the Bayern players were full of confidence. After all, Chen Fengxiao had scored 30 goals in the first 4 games, almost 4/5 of the goals of the Overlord team. Such a shooter was controlled by their excellent defense. At least it proved that in the next game, they could greatly reduce the number of goals scored by the Overlord team. As long as the Overlord team scores fewer goals and they keep their usual pace, they will definitely win. This is a very simple truth. And their top scorer Muller also wanted to prove to Chen Fengxiao in the game that he might not be worse than Chen Fengxiao in terms of explosive scoring ability. You know, he is also that best shooter in the whole of Europe and even in the World Cup. Chapter 774. It's impossible that it's not worth it. Muller has an idol. Just looking at his name, you can tell that he admires the bomber. In fact, in Germany, the bomber, who once set the record for European players in a single World Cup, has always been the idol of all forwards. Of course, he wanted to challenge the bomber's record. He scored 17 goals in the first 4 games, and he had a chance to challenge the bomber's record of 26 goals, and even Ronaldo's record of 28 goals. Unfortunately, when he was ambitiously preparing to challenge, he was shocked to find that there was a striker in China who scored 30 goals in 4 games and broke all the records. Faced with such a record, Muller was surprised and convinced. He was a top shooter, so he also knew how terrible it was to do this. At least he thought it was difficult for him to do it. If he said that he could hit 30 goals in 7 games, there was still hope, but 4 games, then there was basically no hope. What he couldn't do, Lu Xiaoshan did it. Muller was very convinced, but it didn't prevent him from wanting to challenge Lu Xiaoshan's goal-scoring ability in this game. He had already scored 1 goal before, a very clean shot, but Lu Xiaoshan didn't score. Although this is not an advantage, with Lu Xiaoshan's ability to score goals, it is normal for him to score goals in succession. However, at least, it can make Muller more passionate about the game. Next, he has to score more goals to prove his value. Muller is indeed an excellent shooter. Although he has no shortcomings in other aspects, he is not particularly outstanding. The only outstanding thing is his shooting skills. He can always appear at the landing point in time and then break the opponent's goal with a shot. In the game, he basically does not compete with others, but always grabs the first landing point and then scores. He has various ways to score, but when he shoots, he can always get ahead of the defender. This is also a talent, a very outstanding talent. You can't see him competing with the opponent's defender, you can only see him constantly shooting, seeing him jump up and head the ball when there is no defender, seeing him insert a shuttle shot to score, seeing him volley the ball and score the first time after receiving the ball. An excellent shooter can always complete a large number of goals without physical contact with the opponent. Muller is such a shooter, and it is precisely because of this characteristic that he can play the role of Bayern's arrow. As long as Bayern can launch an attack, he can score. Of course, Bayern's strong midfield and forward line can also provide him with ammunition continuously. As long as a shooter like him has continuous support, he can score a lot of goals. Bayern's midfielders all have the ability to score with a rotating ball, so it is easy to suppress the opponent in the penalty area. The opponent's defender is mainly in the penalty area, so he can move better in the penalty area. It may be useless for a shooter like him to stay away from the penalty area, but in the penalty area, he must be like a fish in water. Muller, who is like a fish in water, will fully play his ability and talent in grabbing points in the following time. In the 7th and 13th minutes of the game, he scored 2 goals in a row and completed a hat-trick. He first scored a goal with a header under the cover of Rummenigge, and then a smart supplementary shot in front of the goal, which fully played his shooter nature. He completed a hat-trick in a short time. Although Muller is very good at scoring goals, he rarely scores goals like this. In this game, he seemed very excited. Everyone knows why he is excited, because he is confronting Lucian head-on. Of course, 2 shooters cannot compete with each other, but they can still compete. The number of goals is their best competition. So Muller's performance is also normal. It is not difficult for him to score 3 goals in such a short time. On the contrary, Lucian's performance made everyone very strange. Because after the start of the game, he was still running, grabbing points, and receiving the ball. However, under the joint efforts of Schwarzenbeck and Beckenbauer, he did not score a single goal, not even a single shot. If it is said that the opponent's defender is too good, so that Lucian did not get any chances, although it is surprising, it is reasonable, but the current situation is that Lucian did not score a goal or shoot, but the Overlord team is not short of goals. Muller completed a hat-trick, and Zheng Qi also completed a hat-trick. While Muller was scoring goals, Zheng Qi was also scoring goals. In the 8th minute of the game, Zheng Qi went from side to side, and then sprinted forward in one breath. Although Roth followed him, it didn't work. The opponent was just sprinting. What other methods could you use? At this time, Zheng Qi chose to cross the ball from the side. Lucian jumped under Schwarzenbeck's defender, but he made a feint and let the ball pass. Zheng Qi, who was inserted in the back row, was the first to meet the ball and volleyed, equalizing the score for the Overlord team again. And 3 minutes after Muller completed his hat-trick, Zheng Qi also completed his hat-trick. Zheng Qi took the ball, passed it to Zheng, who was responding, and then inserted himself. Zheng immediately passed the ball back to his feet. Zheng Qi just touched the ball under Roth's interference and passed the ball directly forward. Lucian took the ball after retreating. Zheng Qi rushed forward without stopping the ball after passing it. Lucian passed the ball horizontally. Zheng Qi took the ball forward and entered the penalty area. Before Beckenbauer made up for the position and Roth defended, he kicked the ball decisively. The ball went into the net against the far post. 3-3. Fuck, the boss is crazy. He scored goals one after another. The extraordinary players in the stands were overjoyed, especially when they saw the surprised looks of the Bayern players. They had known for a long time that Zheng Qi was going to keep a hand and then give those really strong teams a big surprise. Now, they finally saw such a big surprise, which was worth a trip. The Chinese fans were also quite surprised while they were happy. They had hardly seen Zheng Qi show his scoring ability before, so they always thought that Zheng Qi could not shoot and score at all. Only some fans who watched the game between Ba Wang and Kao last year would think, could it be that Zheng Qi didn't score a single goal this year just for a game like this? After thinking about it, they felt that they admired Zheng Qi even more. He could do such a thing and endure such a situation. He was indeed a great man. If it were them, it would be very difficult to control their desire to score at any time, and the players and core members of the strong teams in the Chinese region in the stands officially confirmed their judgment. He really has a trick up his sleeve. What a terrible guy. Wu couldn't help but sigh. Yes, once he showed it, he had the ability to score like thunder and lightning. Did you see his shooting action just now? Decisive, flexible, and his shooting was aimed at the blind spot. He has excellent shooting skills. Such shooting skills cannot be obtained by training alone. He must have an extremely strong desire to score. However, in this year's game, he suppressed all such desires and was able to perform so well on the court. Such a guy is really a pervert. Yonah couldn't help but sigh. He himself is also a top shooter. It is precisely because of the top shooter that he can feel the preciousness of Zheng Qi's series of forbearance. We have nothing to say about losing to Overlord. There are two such perverts in their team, so it is normal for us to suffer. If we hadn't kept a hand, maybe we would be even more defenseless in the Chinese competition. Li shook his head and sighed. That's not the case. After all, these foreigners don't know that Yuan Thong can score goals, but we all know it. Wu also shook his head. So in the game, we are always worried about his forward penetration. Invisibly, we will also bear a lot of extra pressure. On the contrary, these opponents in the World Cup did not bear such pressure. So the Overlord team played very dangerously in the first few games. Although they won in the end, it was more because of their overall tactical suppression that won the victory. Is this also the reason why Zheng Qi started to show his scoring ability at the beginning of this game? But isn't it a bit wasteful to do so? Shouldn't it be saved for the critical moment? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Don't waste it. After all, the opponent is really strong, and is better than us. It would be a death wish to save our strength in such a situation. And wouldn't it be effective? The opponent's attention is all on Lu Xiaoshan, but Zheng Qi has emerged as a dark horse. It was very easy for him to score these 3 goals. If it weren't for the previous layout, would it have such an effect? Wu said with a smile. The opponent will have targeted measures next, Zheng Qi said after thinking for a while. How is that possible in a short period of time? Their only way is to keep attacking and try to interfere with Zheng Qi. They may have a discussion during the halftime break. However, in such a short time, the opponent cannot have any other good ideas. In this game, the Overlord team has taken the initiative. Preparing for so long, just for such a game. There are still 2 games to come. You have to look at who the opponent is. That's Bayern. It's no exaggeration to say that they are the biggest opponent in the World Cup and the team with the best tactical ability and overall coordination ability. Against such a team, it is enough to take advantage of them and defeat them. No matter who the next opponent is, it will be difficult to make the most perfect response under such circumstances. How can it be unprofitable? This is truly worthwhile. In this World Cup, they naturally have a little more advantage than other strong teams. Said Wu. Chapter 775. Can see Wu's words were quite correct, and he also accurately stated the current advantages of the Overlord team and the problems faced by Bayern. Zheng Qi's sudden ability to score not only brought continuous goals to the Overlord team, but also brought great pressure to Bayern. They prepared a lot before the game, and prepared very carefully, taking many details into consideration. As a result, shortly after the game started, their overall preparation was completely broken. The problem they're facing now is too serious. Roth will definitely not be able to keep an eye on Zheng Qi under such circumstances. After all, the previous plan was to let Roth cling to Zheng Qi, so that Zheng Qi would not continue to get the ball more on the periphery and continuously organize secondary attacks. Although Roth is a top defensive midfielder, no matter how good a defensive midfielder is, he can only limit Zheng Qi from getting the ball less, and can't do more. Now Zheng Qi is getting the ball outside, passing it, and then sprinting into the penalty area to prepare for a goal. The Overlord team almost never launches a second attack. Zheng Qi has a good grasp of the timing of his forward insertion. When he starts to insert himself, it is the time for the Overlord team to launch an attack. The Overlord team's current attack has begun to have a success rate. One attack, strive to score a goal. This is of course a very difficult thing to do, but in the absence of a good way to defend Zheng Qi can score 1 in 1 attack, which is really not a rare thing, so Bayern is in a difficult situation at this time. Strengthening defense is not appropriate. After all, Zheng Qi runs back and forth like this and is not in the penalty area. He starts to be a pure shooter. It is difficult for Roth to defend him, but he can only follow him and at least interfere more. Otherwise, what if Zheng Qi starts to organize a second attack again? Although Lu Xiaoshan was targeted, no matter how determined Schwarzenberg was, it was still difficult to hold Lu Xiaoshan. Beckenbauer had to keep filling in for him to do his best. In this case, if Beckenbauer went to fill in for Zheng Qi, then Lu Xiaoshan, the dragon that had been tied up with great difficulty, would break free from the chains and show his sharp claws and fangs. So they could only let Zheng Qi go temporarily. If you have the ability, you should seize every offensive opportunity. How many offensive opportunities can a guy who didn't shoot before seize now? You know, seizing offensive opportunities is not as easy as it sounds. Professional shooters are much better in the feeling in front of the goal and the feeling of shooting. Only they can shoot impeccable shots in a very short time. It is difficult for others. That is the ability of shooters, relying on countless shots and confrontations. Other players, when there is a little space, can make very wonderful shots, and occasionally they can make quite good shots in such situations, but they will not always be like this. Only those top shooters can do this. Lu Xiaoshan is such a top shooter. Muller is also such a top shooter. Now Bayern's situation is still not bad, they can still fight with the opponent's offensive, although this is what Bayern tried to avoid before, but compared with the previous idea of Muller and Lu Xiaoshan's ability to seize opportunities, and now Muller and Zheng Qi's ability to seize opportunities, it seems that this approach is more advantageous for Bayern. This is really not a casual advantage. In the past, Bayern did not have much confidence in Muller. After all, Lu Xiaoshan's scoring ability was really too scary. In the current situation, the defense of the Overlord team is actually difficult to deal with Muller's scoring ability. Bayern almost launched a better attack. Under the cover of others, Muller can score enough goals, and what about Zheng Qi? Zheng Qi may not have such ability. Zheng Qi is not actually being left alone now. He is still under close defense. Although he scored these 3 goals so easily, what about in reality? Bayern's overall defensive formation left him only a little time to shoot. In these 3 attacks, Zheng Qi showed enough calm thinking and excellent control skills, but can he keep it up? No matter what, he will not be stronger than Muller in this regard, right? Thinking of this, Bayern's players began to feel that it seemed good to continue playing like this. After all, when they were fully committed to Lu Xiaoshan, they could only give Zheng Qi basic defense. It was also a good thing to let Muller and Zheng Qi fight for their ability to seize opportunities. You know, if Zheng Qi started to shoot more, the advantage of the Overlord team in the second attack would be gone. What they had to fight for was the effect of the first attack, the crazy pressing and running of the Overlord team, as well as the containment of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. Bayern's attack was nothing more than a success rate. Once it was destroyed, the possibility of the opponent controlling the ball would be much greater. Under such circumstances, the possibility of the 2 sides wanting to attack again is already very low. The Overlord team gave up the tactics they are good at, and Bayern also seemed to suffer a little in this regard. In comparison, it is quite fair. How is it? Is the pressure high? Beckenbauer asked Muller in the team channel. What kind of pressure can I have? Anyway, under such tactics, I must be the most glorious, ha 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 ha. Muller laughed. But in this way, you also have pressure. That's right, everyone is under pressure, so go to the game well. Our preparations are not in vain. We at least let the Overlord team give up the tactics they are good at, and at the same time our offensive tactics are also better. It's nothing more than Yuan's thumb starting to show his ability to score, which will not be a decisive factor. Let's launch an attack together. Beckenbauer nodded, and then said in the team channel. In fact, Beckenbauer's heart at this moment is not as calm as he appears. It must be said that Zheng Qi suddenly showed his fangs and showed his strong scoring ability, which was indeed beyond Beckenbauer's expectations. Beckenbauer thought that as a new team, the Overlord team might have something hidden. Zheng Qi had performed so well before, but he didn't score a single goal, didn't have a single shot, and didn't even enter the penalty area once. This seemed a bit too much. In this case, Beckenbauer did raise his vigilance. He imagined that Zheng Qi actually had a trick up his sleeve. Maybe he was good at long-range spinning balls, maybe he had a good ability to get in front and could better support his teammates in the front. He had imagined all of this, especially going to the front court to form a stronger offensive line with Lu Xiaoshan. This was what Beckenbauer thought was the most likely thing to happen. However, no matter how well Beckenbauer calculated, how could he have thought that this guy would show a scoring ability in the penalty area that was no less than Lu Xiaoshan's? Isn't this too abnormal? Even Beckenbauer couldn't help but want to shout this. You know, Lu Xiaoshan's scoring ability is already terrible. Zheng Qi can actually compare with him. For such an outstanding player, will his performance on the court be greatly affected? When he chose to use such tactics, did he not consider that he might not be as good as the opponent in seizing opportunities? This was Beckenbauer's deep doubt. However, even if he had doubts, he knew that at this time, he could only persist like this, because there was no time for him to adjust. He might be able to adjust a little during the halftime break, but it was absolutely impossible for him to come up with a correct and effective tactic to deal with it, so now Beckenbauer can only use the most powerful, most outstanding, and most effective magic weapon in football tactics: kick it first. Kick it first and see if it works well. If it doesn't work, then think of another way. Obviously, this is also a very wise decision. After all, it is impossible for you to find a tactic to suppress the opponent in every game. Many times, you can only rely on tactics like kicking to find opportunities. Kick it, then kick it. Bayern launched an attack again. Only 15 minutes after the game, the two sides tied 3-3. Such a goal rate is really enough to surprise many people. Of course, both sides attacked 3 times very patiently, and then scored 3 goals smoothly. Such a game is destined to have a slow pace, but it often appears more exciting. Such a high scoring rate is difficult to maintain. Whoever can score more goals in the end will win the game. Bayern's offensive is very patient. They can't be impatient, because when defending, Luciaschen and Zheng Qi can also create a lot of trouble. Luciaschen keeps running in the front court, threatening and involving Bayern's defense line, and Zheng Qi keeps running in the middle, cutting off the opponent's offensive route in the middle. Bayern's first 3 goals were scored from the wing, which is enough to prove the role they played in defense. Although Bayern scored all 3 wing balls, anyone who can play football knows that the attack launched from the wing is not as threatening as the one launched from the middle. The wing is more about quantity, and the one in the middle is a precious dish. But Bayern has no choice now. First, they are better at attacking from the wing. Zheng Qi has been restrained in the middle. If Müller tries to score, it will be more effective to attack from the wing. They scored 3 times before, but this time, they really couldn't score. Under the crazy pressing of the Overlord team, although Lam's wing breakthrough successfully broke through the defender, he found that he seemed to have no passing route. He had no choice but to choose to pass back. Effenberg, who responded in time, received the ball and moved to the other side in a large area. Breitner seized the opportunity to kick the ball and cross it. The ball flew into the penalty area. Fanzinge attacked in time and risked intercepting the pass in the middle. Müller could only stop his steps helplessly. Counter-attack. Fanzinge shouted. The opponent scored every time he attacked, which made him feel that he really had no face. Find die erste Capsule much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No esse olviden die dal like busgasms contendo exclusive yxo in medito. Si scribata news teropatrian. Recurda, carda like, si scripsino donaking nos anima continued. Great as a todas nos vemos on elpsmovdo.